And one. Okay, I think it is recording now. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the not second season, but the third season of the Mike Acuna podcast. And right now, wag na tayo magpatumpik-tumpik. Okay, let's cut right into the meat. Not of my guest, but of the conversation. I have with me tonight. I'm not gonna lie to you. He's an acquaintance at this point. But when I met you, you struck me as a guy who's always been, who's very very interesting.
Wow.
I'm not trying to be patronizing here, but sometimes when a guy has something to offer to the table, or if he's just an onlooker, you know what I mean, and you
Yeah.
are a participant. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, I'd like for you to please welcome and let's get to know Mr. Mark Dwayne
Yes.
Abbott. There we go.
Yes. Thank you. Hey.
Bro, thank you so
Hello
much
to everyone.
for being here.
Oh, you're very much welcome. Thank you. Thank you for this opportunity. I think this is the first time I'm being being guested on the podcast. So
Yeah? Is it the first
really
time?
glad to be here. I think this is
Yeah.
the first time. Yeah.
You don't
As far
have
as I
other
know.
friends? You don't have other friends
Um.
who do podcasting? Because I imagine you as a guy who's not afraid, because I saw your videos online, the ones that you post
Oh
online
yeah.
are more than interesting. I mean, it's a very narrative way of
Yeah.
of storytelling. It's a
Yeah.
storytelling narrative, right?
Yeah.
And I isa pang bagay na napansin ko sa'yo, matapang ka, because
Hmm.
yung huli mong video na ginawa, for those of you who are listening right now, he made a video recently kung bakit, ito, napakasimple ng konsepto, bakit ang nagmamaneho sa likuran mo ay bumubusina when it's only been seconds after the light has turned green,
Yes.
right?
That's
So,
really common amongst drivers
yeah,
here
yeah.
in the Philippines. So, um, it's something that I've struggled with ever since I think I learned how to drive 2002. And then
Oh, okay.
I was always curious, like, okay, pagka green,
Mm-hmm.
busina agad.
I know. I know.
I mean, lilipad ba yung kotse ko? Ano?
True,
Di ba?
true. At saka, paano kung kunyari tumirik? Diba? Tumirik yung nasa
Exactly.
harapan.
Yeah.
Right?
Well,
Right.
I think that's sometimes that can be understandable, and it's an emergency, but if it's not an emergency, and if you see that the car in front of you
Mm-hmm.
is about to move anyway,
Yeah.
so why?
Yeah.
So
And I
my
saw
my
that.
opinion didn't matter actually in that video.
Mhm.
I went around, you know, um, I went around gasoline stations just to check truck drivers, grab drivers, even the traffic enforcer, just to check what's going on. What's the reason, these drivers, honk their horn
Yeah.
when the light turns green.
Yeah. Not a lot of people have that sense of belonging in the community, and that sense of freedom to come up to someone and ask,
Yeah.
sir, ano pong opinion nyo dito tungkol sa bagay na to,
Yeah.
or sa topic na to? And you did exactly that. But I don't want people to think that you are, a public authority when it comes to
Right.
traffic enforcement and traffic rules and whatnot. But what does
Yeah.
Mark do for those who don't know yet?
Well, for me, I have been working at the BPO industry. Well, at the bank for 10 years
Which one?
already. Uh, I'm not sure if I'm allowed to
Yes, you
say, but
can.
I
Yes,
used
you
to be.
can.
I used to be with HSBC for a good five
No.
years. Yeah,
No. Doon sa
HSBC,
sa
Techno Hub.
Commonwealth Techno Hub.
Yeah, yeah.
I worked there. Worked.
Really?
I worked there. Yes, I think
Re-
that was back in 2008. 2008. Yeah. Yeah. That was 2008.
when
Yeah.
2008 was your last year?
Yeah, that was my only year,
Oh,
because I remember nung time na yun, there was a a time when kakasweldo ko lang nun and I got mugged by
Yeah.
five guys. I got mugged by
Whoa.
five guys. Binugbog nila ako. Kinuha nila yung pitaka ko. Everything. Phone ko, kinuha
What?
nila. Yeah, yeah, yeah. And I wasn't able to report back to work because of my injuries anymore.
Oh my.
They saw me. I mean,
What?
I still went to work the day after that.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah,
Wow.
yeah,
That's
yeah.
wow. So
Ano mo ba si
what area
Veronica?
was that?
Veronica Araw? Is she there?
I'm
She's a
not
trainer.
familiar with her. Oh,
Yeah, pero
trainer. Okay.
I remember that place being very strict kasi financial ano nga eh, financial
Yeah,
account,
financial
financial. They
institution.
have the
Yeah,
turnstiles and everything,
that's right.
right?
Yeah,
You
very
gotta
very
tap the
strict.
cards. Yeah. How
Yeah.
long have you been working there?
5 years.
Mm.
From 2000, 2010 or
What do you do there
2009.
exactly?
Customer service for
Ah,
HSBC Malaysia, credit cards and
Malaysia.
banking. Yeah.
Okay,
So for
okay.
5 years, it's just, the Malaysian accent all the way.
Holy crap! I don't even know what that sounds like.
Uh, it's a mix between when you do a finance charge and you do the credit card, you push the card into ayo, ayo. Why do you have to do like that?
Ayo. Hayo for them is like, pucha
Ay
naman, parang
nako.
ganun.
Oh
Ay,
yeah,
nako.
parang ganun. Oo.
Ayo. Ah,
Ay
okay.
nako. Parang ganun.
So,
Ayo.
you did that. You did that pretty well. I'm sure that's the
Oh,
5 years right there of you
yeah, that's the 5 years. The first few months that I've been speaking to them, you can't really understand anything because, well, first, I'm not used to that type of, that accent. And then
yeah,
once you get the hang of it, you like how they say finance charge into finance charge.
finance
You
charge. Mhm.
Yeah.
Okay,
So you
okay.
you get to there's a mixture of Chinese, Indian accent. So it's just a melting pot of
I'm
accents.
sure it is. I'm sure it
Yeah.
is. I mean, as anyone would, I think anyone, any Filipino, at least,
Hmm.
can say the same about Singlish,
Right.
diba? Which is
Oh
which
yeah.
is fairly
It's relatively
different.
the same, almost the
Is
same.
it really?
Malaysian English, but the Malaysians would deny it.
Okay, they don't like
They
it.
would, yeah,
They don't like
they
it.
don't want to be associating themselves with Singaporeans and vice versa.
5 years. So what's the
Five
next step
years.
from there? Kasi ako, I worked in HSBC and I also worked at JP Morgan Chase. Is the next step
Oh,
necessarily being a team lead or moving? Kasi dalawang bagay yan eh. Also, the people from the BPO industry who are in the financial sector or
right,
in financial accounts who are listening right now will know this. There are two ways to move up from customer service, right? Like,
right.
are
Yeah.
you leading a team right now?
No, I went back on because I'm from HSBC. I'm after 5 years, I moved to ANZ in Eastwood. So
Ah,
it's another bank which has a smaller scope.
uh-huh.
Australia, New Zealand. Yeah.
Gotcha.
So um, did a few stints right there. There had been opportunities to be a coach
Uh-huh.
in terms of handling new entrants.
Mm-hmm.
And then, because the culture for Australia in terms of the working environment is way different than, well, in my experience, HSBC. It's like night and day.
Uh-huh.
So in ANZ, the Australian culture, to be exact, you're at your workstation, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you can't really like tilt your head anywhere else. If you do, a supervisor would would approach you, will
Holy shit.
approach you and then would say, need help.
Wow.
That's how it
Pero
works.
pero pinupulis ka nila. I mean, that's their nice. That's like a nice way of saying, okay, do you actually do they know? Do they assume that you need help or
let's
ina-approach ka lang nila sa ganung paraan kasi pinupulis ka
let's
nila sa isang banda.
yeah, let's just say if you're not open to the other cultures or other ways of working, you'll get
Ah,
offended right away.
understood.
You'll think that you're being policed, but in actuality, no.
Okay.
It's not. It's more of um,
I
a
get it
good
now.
Yeah.
Yung sorry, I
Good
didn't
way.
mean to interrupt, pero yung proactivity nila of
Yeah,
helping
that's
out
right.
the people on the floor. Okay.
That's right. Yeah.
I thought it was them being strict and saying, "Oh,
But
no,
they
parang
are all as well.
I'm
They are
sure they
strict
are."
as well. Yeah.
Oh,
Very
man, I'm
strict.
sure they are. So, you've been doing this for 5 years. Did you do anything um, creative? Creative wise before that? Were you always,
Oh,
a corporate guy, or I don't know? Did you play the drums before that? Like
oh,
guitar? I don't know. Did you
yeah.
paint?
Yeah, I was raised in a musical family, to be honest. Okay.
Wow.
My Both of my parents are musically inclined, and my mom actually taught me how to play the guitar. Third
Your
year high
mom?
school. My mom.
Wow. Shit.
And I think the first song she taught me was, I forgot the name of the artist, but it's Spinning Wheel. It's some sort of like a rockabilly tune.
Okay.
So
Spinning
she
wheel.
taught me that Spinning Wheel. Yeah, I
Okay.
forgot the artist. So
Don't worry.
she taught me that, and my father kind of picked up on that and then taught me, Led Zeppelin and all these, Beatles,
Uh-huh.
all the rock stuff, and then eventually, um, high school came, and then that desire to start a band, and then because I started working 2007,
Mm-hmm.
so between 99 high school, college, I was in and out of bands.
Mm-hmm.
The usual, joining battle of the bands and
Yep.
then having recording, and yeah, and then got
Who
to
wrote?
have an oppor I'm
Who
sorry.
wrote in your band? Sinong nagsusulat?
Well, it was more of a collaborative thing.
Ah,
Yeah.
okay. It's
Okay.
it's good. It's good.
Yeah.
It's a good
And
thing.
then yeah, in 2006, I got an opportunity to join this specific band. Well, right now, um, the bassist and drummer, well, the bassist of Silent Sanctuary
Hmm.
and the drummer of Soap Dish used to be my bandmates in that specific band. We
Wow.
called ourselves Aroma. Okay.
Aroma.
So Aroma, yeah. So it
Ah,
was it was more of
that's a
like a
curious
mesh.
name. That's a curious name.
Yeah.
Who came up with it?
Um, it was I think the drummers initiative
Okay.
to come up with that.
Okay.
They just wanted to be unique. So it was a mesh between Incubus and Hoobastank, if you're familiar with it.
I am. The reason?
Yeah,
Jesus
yeah,
Christ. Yeah,
yeah.
that was
So
big.
it's
That was a big song.
yeah, and I was kicked out of that band actually.
What? Kicked out?
I
Why?
I was kicked out.
Why?
Okay, so that's where the meaty stuff begins. Okay, um, I guess it's a lesson for me that because at that time I got involved with a girl and then doing all these things. I was a kid back then essentially, so I didn't know anything about ethics, work ethics to be specific. So they got me as the vocalist. So I was so proud, and I like just like bragging to everyone that I was a vocalist. So it got into my head. I didn't attend rehearsals. They asked me to write lyrics. I wouldn't. They asked me to spend time with a guitar player so that we can make new music.
Yep.
I didn't. So
Which is a big
I was
requirement.
even.
It's a big
That's
requirement for
right.
any
Yeah,
band.
it
Yeah.
is. It is. It is a big requirement. And then at that time, I was the only one working in the BPO, in a BPO. So they were expecting me to write them to do the write up for the band
Mm.
for probably like a press kit or something, and I didn't. So
Siguro ikaw yung magaling magsalita sa banda. Kasi syempre
yeah,
frontman ka nga eh. Di
yeah,
ba?
parang
Okay.
parang ganun.
May ano eh,
So
may ano eh, may expectation na ganun sa vocalista eh, specifically.
yeah,
Yeah. In most
exactly.
cases in most cases, hindi siya
Yeah.
requirement pero yeah. So, ano nangyari? Hindi mo sinulat yung pang press kit nyo?
No, wala akong sinulat. Wala.
Pucha,
Because
so,
it was over my kasi
yeah.
at that time in the small clique that we had, in the Timog area. Um,
Ooh, okay.
the band Aroma was pretty known, so to speak. I mean, not total commercial. I mean, we were guested in um, NU 107 in the Raw, and then all these recognition really went to me. Parang, "Well, I don't need to do any work because
Ah,
I'm the vocalist of Aroma."
okay,
Yeah.
okay.
So
I think it's a very brave and very honest thing for you to do, to start talking about yourself in that light, because
yeah.
that's a realization. It sounds to me that that's a realization of a mistake. You know what
Oh
I mean?
yeah. Yeah.
So I mean, we're all human at the end of the day, and also being humans, we make mistakes, but not all humans
Hmm.
admit and own up to those mistakes.
Right.
So you have
Right.
my respect, pare, pagdating dyan.
Yeah. Actually,
Um,
that's a turning point. That's a turning point for me, and that's the reason why I mentioned it because
yeah,
since then, you know, any opportunity that that I come across,
right.
I don't take it lightly. Such as this one, being guested in the Mike Acuna podcast, baby.
Well, that's how we roll. Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. Pero
and
like I appreciate that. I just appreciate you being here, man. Sorry,
yeah,
you were saying?
and yeah,
Yeah.
and fun fact, my bandmates back then, the drummer Jeff Castro, who's now in Soap Dish, and then the bassist Jason Rondero, who's now with Silent Sanctuary. Now they have a band with my brother. Yeah,
Oh.
Brysom, and they just released their single now. I
Wait,
mean, yeah.
they're I've heard some of Bryson's songs. I love them.
Oh yeah.
I
Oh
love them,
really?
man.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah,
The
yeah.
keyboard player is my brother.
Very taste. Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
So
How
the
did that make you
drummer,
feel? How did they make you feel? Like, when
it
did
makes
Bryson
me.
start?
I mean, my brother. Well, they started 2012. My
Oh,
brother
matagal na
came
sila.
in. Yeah, my brother came in 2013. So I was in contact. I was always in contact with Jeff, the drummer, and then he's one of my good friends. Even after the split with Aroma,
Mhm.
and then he was telling me that this guy Brian Sombero wanted to incorporate some electronic sounds into the mix,
Mhm.
and I suggested my brother was a kid and was just learning how to do the keyboards. Self-taught, he would like um, isolate himself. He actually isolated himself for a good 3 to 6 months, and just learning how to play the keyboard. And then when he came out, he suddenly can play. So
Wow.
I saw talent and I saw an opportunity right there. So medyo pinush ko yung kapatid ko. Ito, kapatid ko, ang galing, galing to. Ganyan.
It's good to know that you and your former bandmates, are in such good terms, in speaking terms.
Yeah.
Kasi with others, kasi your situation and breakups in general are not
Hmm.
uncommon when it comes to the
Right.
music. When it comes
Yeah.
to musicians, right? I've had my own fallouts then.
Yeah.
Um, I've also had times when well, actually, one time in all of my career, my singing career, I was kicked out one
Right.
time, and it was wrongful. My bandmates
Wow.
realized it. My
Okay.
bandmates realized it naman, and we're still really really good friends up to this point. It was because of a manager. I won't say her name, but I will say it's a her. But
Oh wow.
she sinabi niya, kasi apat kami nun eh, and all of us could sing,
Mm.
right? So
Mm.
the manager had a thing with the other vocalist, and not
Oh.
me, kasi I have a girlfriend, right? So nung time na yon, sinabi niya na, guys, I think hindi na natin kailangan si Mike. We need to kick him out kasi nanga-upstage siya eh. Upstage? Parang,
Okay.
hindi ko, una hindi ko style yun. Hindi ko style yun. And my bandmates realized it. Pero they were um, I think brainwashed would be too
The
strong of a
term
term. Oh,
or
they were
no
manipulated. They were
manipulated.
manipulated to
Okay.
believe. Yeah.
Yeah.
Parang gano'n na rin eh. Pero yeah, ganun yung nangyari. Pare, aroma. Tapos nung minention mo na Timog area siya, sabi ko, naalala ko yung mga times na tumutugtog kami sa 4,
Sharkies, yan,
yun,
4.
sa
Katabi ng
garahe.
4 'yon.
Ayun, oo, oo.
Sharkies, oo.
Sharkies, yeah. Yeah.
So,
Sharkies.
yeah.
Tapos buhay pa yung Saimaka.
Sa
Naalala mo
mga
yan?
tapat lang 'yun eh.
Di
Sa
ba?
tapat lang 'yun. Oo.
Oo,
Saya
pare.
'yun. So
Oo.
those were the days talaga. In terms of I think that year was the well, I would say the last year that uh hard hard edge bands were emerging. That was the I think almost because in 2010 yung mga banda na lumalabas in terms of the rock scene ha,
Yeah.
parang I'm not sure it sounds manufactured already mga 2010 pataas, pero yung mga 2006 2007 yun yung mga, because for me if a band is struggling more, the
Mm-hmm.
output is greater.
Totoo yun.
So yun yung mga hardworking bands talaga, yung
Mas
mga
gutom.
last straw. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Kasi yung 2010 parang biglang naging available na yung technology, recording from home, gadgets being cheap so that everything can be manufactured. I mean, I
Yeah.
mean, I have nothing against it. Even my brother's band Brysom does it
Uh-huh.
up to this day. But it's just things na parang magical eh. I mean, getting together, composing, jamming for hours, and then coming up with something with a melody,
Yeah.
maybe, or a riff.
Yeah.
You know,
Or
have you seen
handaan
Foo
niyo yung melody.
Fighters? Yeah, yung Sound City.
Yes, I have.
That's a perfect example right
I'm a
there.
big fan of Foo Fighters, man.
Yeah,
Big fan. Big fan of Foo Fighters.
like
Even their latest works are still gems, man. So
yeah,
ang
super.
gaganda pa rin ng mga ng
Oh,
output nila. I think it's a matter of um I think it's a matter of staying in the dirt. You know what I mean?
yeah, yeah,
Um not not letting it not letting it get to you, I think. It's
right.
one of the
Yeah,
things that's so hard, especially I don't think Dave Grohl had that um privilege. I don't
right.
think he had that privilege because he was basically picking up where Kurt Cobain left off. You know what I
That's
mean?
right. Yeah,
So parang okay, shit, how do we make this work? How do we repackage this
yeah.
in a way that will be embraced by people? So, bit by bit, brick by brick, they started Foo Fighters. Galing, no?
Yeah.
I mean, it's
And
a whole heck of a journey.
I mean, if you see their journey, and I wouldn't quote his exact words. He says that every painful thing that happened to Foo Fighters, the good thing about other bands, having member change and then um, creative differences happened when the band was not famous.
Yeah,
The
yeah,
difficult part about Foo Fighters is that all the drama happened publicly. So they really went through a lot of pain because drummer got kicked out, and
yeah, yeah,
then the guitar player got kicked out, and it shaped them who they are now.
yeah, yeah. I mean, that's why I have a lot of respect for them too.
Yeah,
I
I mean
mean,
they stayed true to their sound.
yeah,
I mean, he still refused. Dave Grohl would up to this day refuse to record using a computer. It's all on tape.
galing, no?
Oh, grabe.
There's
Ganun
a
ka.
certain work ethic. There's a certain level of work ethic that's involved when you are working um, with previous technology. You
Right.
know, so kailangan may pagka perfectionist ka dyan eh. In the
Yeah.
classic sense, in the classic sense,
Oh
na oh
yeah.
shit,
Oh yeah.
this one take Dave or one take Mark, di ba?
Oh yeah.
Ganyan. Kailangan
Definitely.
ganun.
Yeah.
Pare. Oof, wow. So
So
yeah, let's I wanted to get back to you. So let's gain some closure on that conversation. Did you guys have a talk? Kayo ng mga bandmates
Yeah.
mo when they, in your words, kicked you out? How did that conversation happen? How did that go?
Well, the guitar player, whom I was really close with, just sent me a message in
Mm.
what was that? Yahoo chat
Messenger, messenger.
messenger. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. So just sent me a message, and then hey, we're kicking you out because you can't prioritize the band. And then in my mind, while he was saying that you can't prioritize the band, wait, I'm in the band. I'm prioritizing the band. So it's dumidepensa na ako sa mind
Mhm.
ko.
Mhm.
And number two, you can't handle your work because
Mhm.
I've been out of work for no reason.
Mhm.
I mean, like work ethics, I would just be out of work and then just stay at home. And to the point that some of our leaders at work at that time were trying to contact my bandmates already, looking for me. So I was really at a bad place at that time. And then I couldn't handle my family. So my mom and my dad, because I wasn't living with them, my mom and my dad would contact my bandmates as well. So it's really stressful for the guys. They're like having they have like a alagain, so to speak.
Mhm. So you rock started out.
Yeah, I
Nira
did. I
Nirockstar mo
did.
siya. Okay.
Nirockstar ko siya na
Well,
hindi pa kami ganun kasikat.
pare, it's so easy. It's so easy to
Yeah.
get sucked into that, pare. I
Yeah.
perfectly understand where you're coming
Yeah.
from and why you did that. Like the accolades. Well, the
Yeah.
not the accolades. It's really more of the attention. Period.
Yeah.
The attention that you receive that you don't receive on a
That's
daily
right.
basis, and then all of a sudden it's the new normal for you.
That's
Diba?
right.
Parang,
Yeah.
fuck. Was it the women? Was it the booze? Was it both?
I think it was recognition for because being in that band, the circle was with, Soap Dish, Minaya at that time. Uh,
Inaya.
yeah,
Wow.
Minaya. All those, all these
Good time.
other bands that I kind of look up to. And then, ang ano kasi sa akin, the problem with me is, well, it's a good thing
Was.
and a bad thing for me,
Problem with you
is
was.
was
Yeah, okay.
I get starstruck, like, oh my goodness, oh my goodness. So
Oh
to the point
wow.
that sometimes I can't move.
You get star stiff.
Yeah, star stiff. Star stiff, yeah. Exactly. So
Mm-hmm.
to the point, in that situation though, being with Aroma, when I get star stiff,
Okay.
I I kind of flaunt it. Hey, I'm with these guys. I'm with Soap Dish, and then I'm with Manaya.
So that's how you.
So
That's looking back. Was it some sort of a defense mechanism for being starstruck with these other bands that you roll with or played with?
um, well, it was more of like being in a status. Like I
Okay.
could tell my friends at work that, hey, I'm this guy and I'm hanging out
Outside.
with these guys.
Ah.
Okay, so it was more of that. So
So it was more
then
of like
again, I
I'm
was a kid.
Superman. Yeah, I'm Superman,
Yeah,
and I hang out with the Justice League when I'm not here. Parang
that's
ganun.
right. Yeah. Oh,
Gotcha. Gotcha. Okay. Okay. So right now, I is it safe to assume for me to assume that you are in a very explorative or exploratory state of mind because we met doon sa workshop nila Direk Alex Agkawili and Direk
yeah.
Brian Ligsay. So
Yeah.
side A and side B. How many
Yeah.
weeks did that how many Saturdays did that last for?
Um, that was 2 Saturdays, and then
The
the
rest.
lockdown happened. Yeah, and
Yeah.
then the rest would just
Fucking
was just
bitch.
online. Yeah.
That was a bitch, right? Like it still
Yeah.
is. I mean, we're still under lockdown technically.
Yeah.
MECQ. Ay, nako. Okay, so
It's
what
it's it's hard.
mhm. It is. It is. It is. And
especially with the last two sessions that we had. I mean,
yeah,
yeah, there's Zoom and
yeah,
everything, but there's just some exercises that Direct Alex would have us do.
yeah.
Um, that it just doesn't cut it when
I
it's
know.
on a Zoom meeting.
Yeah,
It just doesn't cut it.
I agree. And for those
Yeah.
for our listeners who are not familiar with Direct Alex Agkawili, he's one of the he's sa mga ano to eh. Ang tawag sa kanya Supremo eh. Sikat
Right.
siya na director. Isa siyang theater person din yan eh. As
Yeah.
in senior na yan eh, si Direct Alex Agkawili. He's voiced some iconic characters that we probably grew up with, and there are too many to mention. I need to
Yeah.
ask him and confirm which ones are his. And so is Derek Brian Ligsay. He's my
Yeah.
mentor. He's my mentor,
Right.
like through and through. Like the guy just has amazing work ethic, and his values
Yeah.
and morals is something to be emulated talaga.
Yeah.
That's how I feel
And
about it.
I've seen it firsthand. Like I think the first Thursday that I went there to deliver some stuff because Mother Lenny ordered frozen fruits, so I brought it to them.
Uh-huh.
And then I saw Direct Brian in the middle of, I think, editing
Mm-hmm.
and mixing some stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, like what you said in the beginning of the podcast, that you can really tell if a person is serious and passionate at what they do. And I saw that. He's joking around sometimes, but he's really focused in terms of. I mean, there's a few voice actors who can do that, like
Mm-hmm.
being the voice actor, being the voice talent,
Right.
and then do their own mixing and recording at the same time.
Yeah.
Really rare. So I saw that, like, wow, this guy is something.
He is. He is, and
Yes.
he has taken extremely good care of all of his talents,
Right.
um, regardless of them being tenured under his wing or
Right.
the fairly new ones. He's just a guy that
Right.
you'd want to work with. Direk Brian Ligsay, shout out to you. Much
That's right.
respect.
Yeah.
How did you? So you're so far what we know about Mark is he works at customer service. He
Yeah.
also is a talented performer, right? So what got you into voice acting? Why voice acting?
Well, voice acting is something that I've been doing privately ever since I did the voice of Yoda when I was in high school.
When you say privately,
Like just family and friends.
so you have
Privately.
several you have several voices that you pull out of your pocket at given
That's
times
right.
when.
Yeah.
Okay, okay, okay.
And
So which one?
the
Mhm. Which are the
yeah, go
famous
on.
ones?
I did Yoda, the Emperor Palpatine, because I'm a big Star Wars geek, so
Okay.
most of the lines from Star Wars. I mean, I could recite to you New Hope, Empire Strikes Back, and Return of the Jedi line by line. That's
No.
how I know the movie.
Holy crap. Holy
Yeah,
crap.
yeah.
So you
That's how I've
basically did not watch any other movie. You just rewatched each of those movies
rewatched
while you
and
were.
rewatched. Yeah,
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
essentially, yeah. From I think sixth grade. Up to now, I still watch it.
Hmm.
Yeah.
I don't think it's ever gonna go away for
No.
Star Wars fanatics. I don't think that ever
Yeah.
goes away. You know,
So
especially
yeah,
now. Mhm.
that's where I've started doing voices because the voice that intrigued me the most was Emperor Palpatine's voice because
Okay.
it sounded so old, but it sounded so badass as well.
Old and badass.
Yeah. Your
Oh.
feeble skills are no match for the power of the dark side.
Oh yeah, that's him.
Yeah, that voice, man. I mean,
Oh my god, that
who
was
wouldn't
amazing.
want that voice? I mean, like,
It is badass. It's
I
scary.
really, yeah, I think at that time that it came out, he was like the epitome of, I don't know, evil, or I don't
He
know.
is.
Yeah, yeah.
I'd say.
So
I'd
yeah,
say. The
So
only
that's where
Star
it started.
I thought I was when I was younger, like before 10 or 11 years old. I thought I was a Star Wars fanatic, but
Oh,
nung time na yun, ang napanood ko pa lang pala was Return of the Jedi and Ewoks. I thought, okay, and then when the others followed, when the other ones followed, sabi ko, shit, hindi ko na masundan, hindi ko na masundan. Pero
oh yeah,
like Luke Skywalker was my idol, man. Like I wanted to
yeah,
have that saber, like Mark Hamill.
yeah.
Mark
Mark
Hamill.
Hamill.
Yeah, like I think he was actually underplayed as an actor,
Yeah,
underused. Doon, like the talent of that guy, Jesus
yeah.
Christ.
Super,
Oh,
super talented guy.
uh,
I mean, not to mention the other projects that he had, but come on,
mm-hmm.
Joker,
Yep.
Joker, really? I mean,
Yeah.
he's so good that they even got him to voice Joker in the video game.
Yes,
So I
The
mean,
Arkham series.
yeah, the Arkham series. I
Yeah.
mean, not a lot of. I mean, him and Kevin Conroy. I mean,
Oh yeah.
not a lot of voice actors or actors in particular would be would be tapped into something that's being running for so long. Like
Yes.
for example, Joker. They could have easily gotten another Joker,
Totoo.
but they they still got him
Yeah.
because
Yeah.
he's amazing in that one. Like
And like, may sapi talaga siya, pare. May sapi talaga si Mark
oh,
Hamill.
galing.
Tsaka pare, siya na yung ano eh, sa animated series ng Batman, siya na yun eh.
Yeah.
Siya na
Oh,
yun.
siya yun.
Yung pinapanood natin
Siya na yun
sa
talaga.
Channel 2, nung bata tayo,
Yeah.
siya
I
yun.
think 93?
That
93
was,
ba
yeah,
lumabas yun?
mga
Yeah,
ganun,
around
mga ganun.
93.
Tapos siya na yun, pare. Pucha, no?
Galing eh.
Mark Hamill.
I mean,
So, yung voice acting is something that was uh, privately and exclusively for friends and family, and now
that's right,
um,
yeah. And
you
sometimes office mates. Yeah.
sometimes office mates.
Uh,
Yeah, I'm sure they would love that. I'm sure they would love that.
so,
Yung mga ginagawa mong ganun. Kasi not a lot
yeah.
of people are so confident or present themselves in a way na parang, okay, iba yung pag tinanong mo sa sarili mo na how do I look versus how do I sound? Am I
Right.
hitting
Yeah.
those notes? You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah.
So parang you gotta know, like, okay, I may know 17 characters, but I have these five
Right.
characters that I can do on the spot, right?
Right.
Without
Yeah.
thinking. Pare,
That's
no?
right. Yeah.
Yeah. Were you one of those kids who just sat in front of the TV and imitated everything that you heard?
Yeah, I did. Michelangelo from Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. He's my favorite.
Wow.
So, um,
Thank you.
who's that? Who's that? Okay, who's that guy in Looney Tunes that had his saliva always spitting out?
Uh,
Daffy
Daffy Duck.
Duck. His voice fascinated me. I would also
Suffering
always try
succotash.
to suck a
Yeah.
calf.
Suffering succotash.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love that guy.
So those voices, yeah.
Oh my god. Yeah, it reminds
And
me of this. Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
yeah, actually, just to fast forward because you had that question that, and you might be thinking, or the listeners might be thinking, okay, you've been doing that since you were a kid, so why just now? Why now that you've decided to get into
Mhm.
a workshop such as
Mhm.
this one,
Mhm.
after so many years? Well, I have my wife to thank for that because I kept on buggering her with all these voices, driving, eating, and then it's like, mag-voice acting ka na nga. And
I told you
she
that
was
several
the one.
times enough. Like,
Yeah,
enough times, rather.
yeah.
They actually
And then
convince you na parang, okay.
yeah. Oh no, it was actually her who looked for a workshop in Facebook, and then she found Mothership,
Okay.
and then okay, let's give it a try. Actually, she pushed me. I
How did you
I
feel
didn't
about that?
want.
Like, you weren't
Well,
100% into into the
yeah,
idea. You didn't think that she was serious about it.
yeah. in terms of, I think it was more of a like a confidence issue. Well, one thing that's keeping me from doing things is that what people might say about me. So let's say there's an opportunity, and
Mm-hmm.
then I know it's already there in front of me.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes I would decline because yeah, I know I have the talent, but I don't think I can do it, or I might not be successful at it or
Talaga,
something.
naiisip mo pa rin yan?
Oh,
Kasi alam
that's
mo, yung sa akin ang logic ko dyan is, kunyari ikaw vocalista ka, something that
mm,
I relate with very much. Iba yung
yeah,
iba yung naitutulong nun sa self-esteem mo.
yeah,
Um, Kumbaga, iba yung nai-instill sa'yo na parang, ay shit, kaya ko
yeah,
pala to. Galing ko pala.
yeah.
Kumbaga, may galing pala ako. Kung hindi
Oo,
ako magaling, may galing pala ako.
may galing. Yeah.
So, I mean, did you not enter voice acting with that same kind of confidence?
Yeah, I would say, and
Mm.
I have to thank my wife for it, for for pushing me.
What's
In
your
terms,
wife's
not really
What's your
pushing
wife's
me,
name?
Joanne.
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 Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you. Kasi
Yeah,
that a good partner will push you in the right direction.
that's right. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I guess I guess she's like my compass in terms of like seeing the good, or seeing the capabilities that I have,
Uh-huh.
like my core skills,
Mm-hmm.
because sometimes even my core skills, I don't trust it that much,
Yeah. I get you.
sometimes, or most of the time,
I get you.
maybe because of out of fear, you know but she's the one that would always say, hey babe, you can do it, you
Mm-hmm.
can do it, and you can nail it.
Mm-hmm.
Not just do it, but nail it well.
Yeah.
So, that the same thing. So, this is your opportunity. Enroll na tayo, enroll na kita. So,
Okay.
ganun.
And what does Joanne do? I'm just curious.
Oh, she's a chef.
Wow.
She's a chef.
My man is well fed.
Yes, I am. And I'm not even gonna talk about how I ate this pandemic period, because
Oh man.
I gained a lot of weight. So,
No, 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 no. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay, man. I just, it's enough for me to know, like, your reaction validates that you've been eating well and being fed well. That's all I need. That's all I need, pare. So ngayon, pare, parang, um, how do you find voice acting? Is this something that's promising for you, or is this something that you might want to do on the side for a certain number of for a certain amount of time? Or is this something that has fueled you enough to actually, okay, you know what, fuck it, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it for the rest of my life. Like, where are you in terms of the realization of this craft that's in front of you, and how long you're gonna be doing it?
well, that's a really good question. And, this pandemic has actually made me realize
Mm-hmm.
that there's no other way in doing things than just do it. Especially now, one of my big realizations this pandemic period is that, because when I work at Eastwood, right? So the travel time and I live in Caloocan, so the travel time between Caloocan and Eastwood, it's always 2 hours
Yeah, yeah.
one way, one
Mm-hmm.
way, two
Mm-hmm.
hours one way, and that's another 2 hours, maybe 3 hours going home. So there's a lot of wasted time in terms of, wanting to show my creativity and taking advantage of it. And most of the time, I get tired when I get home. I just want to sleep. But now in this pandemic period,
Yeah.
we're working from home
Mm-hmm.
actually.
Mm-hmm.
Has given me a lot of time actually to think about what I want to do, what I want to um, improve in terms of my skills,
Mm-hmm.
video editing, voice acting, how to talk to the camera and stuff. So actually, uh, a lot of respect to a lot of creatives right there, that is taking advantage of this pandemic to develop themselves, because there's a lot of free time.
Yeah.
there's really a lot of free time, and this is the perfect time for creatives to I don't know, do a vlog,
Yeah.
do something creative. So that's what happened.
Yeah.
And it's something that gradually I want to like transition out of the corporate
Mm-hmm.
corporate world,
Yeah.
because
Yeah.
it's something that I love to do. And being exposed to the teachings of Direct Brian, Digsai, and Direct Alex,
Right.
it's a world full of opportunities, not
Mm-hmm.
just monetary but artistically as well. So it's something that I really love, and well, now I want to do it. I want to do it.
It seems
That's why I'm
like
starting with vlogging.
ah yeah.
Yeah,
I saw your
hence,
haircut. I saw your haircut and the shave because you had really long a robust beard when we
yeah,
met.
I did.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah. So right now you're working with kind of a 5 o'clock shadow.
yeah,
Pero
5 o'clock shadow.
yeah, pero yeah, nung nakilala kita, there was a beard and there was yeah, parang may before and after yung video mo. Eh. And then you
Yeah,
did this video wherein it's so it's so nice. I find it really refreshing that you get to talk about something that has been normalized when it shouldn't. How
right,
impatient the Filipino is on the road, because
right.
that could we don't realize this, but yung pagbusina mo, okay, we're talking about something really really trivial here, but at the
Yeah,
same
really
time,
trivial.
if you look at this, you're right. So if you look at the spectrum, it could be really really trivial or really important, right? So what are you causing the person in
Right.
front of you? You are causing them stress, distress, pressure, unneeded
That's right.
pressure. And if we basically your whole point was, yo, you gotta be nice. You gotta be nice, a little
Yeah,
nicer.
that's right. Yeah.
Why can't we do that? Diba?
Yeah, that's actually the bottom line, and that's one of the reasons why I do my vlog, is that there's just a lot that I want to say in terms of ethics. I mean, I'm not the leading expert
No one
on
is.
probably the psychology of ethics, business ethics, but through experience, I've worked in the BPO for more than 10 years already, 5 years in this company, and then 5 years in this company. And then I've seen a lot of people, react to certain things. I've
Right.
seen a lot of people, get fearful in some situations.
Mm-hmm.
And then I've also seen how they resolve it, either by, getting help or resolving them their own. So,
Yeah. It could be
that
consensual, you know.
exactly, yeah.
Like,
So
okay, let's fix this.
that's actually the reason why I made that video, because not everyone pays attention to it, but when it happens, it can be like, I don't know, the police news the next day that somebody got shot because of just honking the horn
True.
impatiently. Yeah.
True.
So it's
True.
something to be addressed, because there's an element of character, an opportunity for character development right there. So
Totoo.
yeah, very simple, very trivial, but it can be this, extreme
I couldn't agree
when
more.
not. Yeah.
I couldn't agree more. It's nakakainis lang isipin na hindi lahat ng naging teorya ng mga elders natin, which
Hmm.
is, what's your goal, right? What's your goal? Is
Right.
to be born, to study, have a great job, maybe even own a business if
Right.
you're lucky, and then have a couple of cars, which I'm going to take on the road. And with that car, I'm going to bring a gun just in case
Right.
for protection, because you never know when you're going to need it. But
Right.
what if you're a hothead? What if you're a
Yeah.
hothead, right? And this other guy who has been honking at you won't let up. As in, tangina,
That's right.
pakialam ko kung may baril ka.
Yeah.
Diba? Some of them would have that gall, would
Yeah.
bark. They would bark.
Yeah.
Pero when you have bullet wounds in you, bro, that's a different story.
Yeah.
When you got bullet wounds.
And yeah. And in, I'm not sure. Just correct me if I'm wrong. And I think in Texas, if you honk your horn for no reason, legally you can get shot. I'm not sure if legally, but
I gotta look
a
that
lot
up.
of yeah.
I'm gonna
There's a
post
lot
that.
of people. Yeah.
I'm gonna post that right here in the middle. If I find, because I'm gonna be editing this. If I find an article that says that, I'm gonna be,
Right.
yeah. So all our listeners
Yeah.
can also watch this on YouTube and validate whatever
Yeah.
we're talking about. You can comment on it. You
Yeah.
can speak on it. If there's anything we're missing, it could be like really important details about that law,
Right.
or
Yeah.
just anything that you think would be interesting to add. Feel free to do that. True.
That's right. Yeah.
Yung actually it's and you go to places like, for example, Germany or Singapore,
Right.
right? So when I was there,
Right.
I was in Germany the whole time I stayed there. Never ever did I hear a horn honked. Ever.
Right.
Not even along
Ever.
the autobahn. Pare,
Yeah.
bro, like,
Sabi, no?
yeah, man. Even in Singapore, they don't honk their horns.
Yeah.
If they, yun ang ibig sabihin nun. If you honk your horn in front of the person in front of you, it means that person is actually pretty stupid. And yun yung personal insult eh. Yeah, you're dumb, you're stupid. You're not meant to be on the road, and you're actually violating you're breaking some law. Yeah,
That's right,
for
yeah.
sure. Yun yung ground sila. While here in the Philippines, it might as well be freaking Bangkok or, Hyderabad. I don't know, saan ba traffic in India? Kasi
India.
diba,
Sa India.
malala rin traffic sa kanila, diba?
Yeah. I think
So,
India's worse. I'm not sure. But
it could be.
they have pretty bad traffic
Yeah.
as well.
Russell Peters jokes about it a lot.
Yeah. Create a lane.
Create a lane. Yeah.
Create a lane.
We have create a lane. Yeah. Oh my God.
I think
yeah.
his point was, you think you had it all bad, Philippines? No,
Yeah.
you haven't been to India yet.
Yeah.
So we have a rule there. I think at some point they're still following the rules here in the Philippines, and then
Yeah.
if you go over to India, they have that rule that if there's no way, make another one.
Yes. Yeah, that's true. Jesus Christ. See if that works. I mean, the road systems, when we talk about road systems, they're changed from what I understand. They're being
Right.
revamped in the States. Some regions in the States are being
Right.
revamped because of autonomic vehicles or autonomic driving vehicles, which are Teslas.
Wow.
Yeah. So
Wow. Yeah.
yeah, bro. Wala pa yung Hyperloop. Wala pa yung
Grabe, no?
like Elon Musk is coming up with all sorts of these like really futuristic things. I know. Are you for autonomic driving vehicles? Like if I gave you a Tesla right now, would you accept it?
Oh yeah, definitely.
You would?
I would. Yeah, I would.
Mhm.
I'm into the. I mean, ever since watching Back to the Future, or Star Trek, because I'm also a big Star Trek fan.
Uh-huh.
I've always wanted futuristic design. Technology pushing forward,
Yep.
and what Elon Musk is doing. It's part of that. That click that pushes the technology forward in terms of what was that the last car, the truck.
Yeah. The Tesla
I think
truck.
the Tesla truck, yeah.
Yeah.
So it has a weird design, but for me it's not weird because the design reminds me of Back to the Future ish,
It's got the
futuristic concept.
Meron siyang
DeLorean, yeah.
DeLorean corners.
Right,
Yeah.
yeah. DeLorean
Gotcha.
feel.
Yeah, but isn't it kind of scary? Sige, pag-usapan natin to. Isn't it kind of scary when, okay, you have autonomic driving cars, right? And the convenience
Right.
there is sometimes you can put it on autopilot, put your home, well, you're drinking, right? You don't have to have a
Right.
designated driver anymore. You can just pin your home at the on the GPS and it's going to take you home, right?
Right. Yeah.
What if so right now most cars do not have that advanced technology. They have technology, but it's not that advanced. They're
Right.
not self-driving yet. So did you know that Elon Musk is actually sending 30,000 satellites up there in space? 30,000 satellites up in space by 2025, I think. Yeah, March of 2025. Are you there, Mark? I think we lost Mark, or he lost me. You never know in this age of the internet when you're.
No, I wasn't
There we
aware
go.
of that.
There we go.
Third,
Yeah, we have
I
him
can hear
back.
you.
Yeah. Okay. Great.
I can hear you. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Now we're back. We're back. So yeah.
Okay.
Ayun pare. So that's all in preparation for the proliferation of autonomic driven vehicles.
Wow.
So
And
what's the difference, right? The difference is right now we are driving our cars. If
right.
if the cars are driving us, of course we're going to be worried about safety, right? We're going to be worried
Right.
about, is this going to avoid this car? I mean, how is the collision response, or how does this preempt any sort of collision? And it's always going to be reporting data to someone, right?
Right.
It's always
Yeah.
gonna. So it's.
Privacy issues. Yeah.
So basically, someone's gonna know where you're going, and they're gonna develop algorithms for that, just like they do everything with everything else.
Right.
So I don't know, man. Like that could be just one of the things that might make me think twice. I mean, shit. I want to floss.
Right.
I want to.
Right.
I want to floss. Shit. Let me have a Tesla. Diba?
Yeah.
Let me roll down fucking EDSA at 20 miles per hour. I don't care. Shit. It's a
Yeah.
Tesla. Diba?
Tesla.
Tesla
Yeah.
yung pare, puta. Pero for someone to actually know where I am at all times, that's kind of a red flag for me. I'm not sure
I
if
guess
that.
it.
Yeah, go ahead. What do
Well,
you think of that? What do you
I'm
think?
not. Well, I think there has to be some sort of. I mean, for the consumer, the potential consumer, to get those type of cars and taking advantage of that technology.
Yeah.
Um, it's okay. For me, it's okay. As long as everything the company does, everything is transparent. I
Mm-hmm.
mean, I don't care. Like in terms of let's say Facebook. Facebook has been slammed with these privacy issues and whatnot.
Cambridge Analytica. Yeah.
Um, yeah.
Yeah.
So for me, it's okay as long as they're transparent.
They
And
weren't. That's
as
the
long
thing
as
about
the
it.
information that they're doing, I mean, the method, it
Uh
has to
huh.
be public. So
Yeah.
Cambridge Analytica, yeah. So there's a little bit of deception in that part. So
Yeah.
if they were just transparent
Mm-hmm.
I don't think they're gonna get the lawsuit if they were just transparent in terms of they were involved in who was the candidate on that one for in the election. Yeah, I forgot. But
Obama. It was
if
Obama. No,
if
was
all
it
these
Obama?
companies are just transparent, Obama. Okay.
Yeah, it was Obama. Yeah, it was Obama.
Yeah.
Obama and Clinton.
So
Magkalapit sila nun. Yeah.
right.
Yeah.
So if they were just transparent,
But they're not. It's been proven
I
that they're
wouldn't
not.
have any problems with it.
It's just that
Yeah.
people don't care. People don't
Right.
care that their information is being taken advantage of. Because have you ever tried downloading your Facebook data?
Not yet. I haven't.
Yeah.
But I heard there is a way how to do it. Yeah.
Yep. Yep. That's when they rolled out the updates for Facebook, wherein you can find,
Updates. Yeah.
yeah, you can find that under your privacy settings. and then
Right.
download your Facebook data. It's going to process that request for several hours. Mine took about 2 or 3 hours before I received an email saying that your Facebook data is ready for download. So I downloaded it, bro. The information that they use, like they have everything. They
Wow.
have everything on lock, and they have the algorithms that they form around you based on your preferences and what you react on,
Right.
and yung mga
Right.
advertisements na hindi mo naman necessarily gusto
Yeah.
pero bumabad ka
Right.
sa harapan nun.
Right.
Pucha pare, nasa kanila yung data na yun. Parang sabi ko, anong ginagawa nila dito? 'Di ba? At
Oh,
saka dati wala namang ads ang Facebook eh.
that's right. Here's
Ngayon,
what's funny. Here's what's
mhm,
funny, Mike. I because I'm trying to build myself as a vlogger, right? So
yeah.
naturally, I would look up certain equipment online, say
Mhm.
cameras, lights, and then for some reason, um, this ad shows in my news feed. It's an ad for a teleprompter.
Uh-huh.
I never searched for a teleprompter.
Uh-huh.
I was only searching for cameras and then lights.
Mhm.
That's it. I never
Mhm.
searched for a teleprompter. But I did. I was talking to my wife about a teleprompter.
It happened to you too, huh?
So
Yeah,
so
man.
there's
They're
that theory that, oh
listening.
my goodness, my phone is listening to me.
Yeah. Yeah. I have a lot of friends. I have a lot of friends whom that has happened to. As in, it's
Wow.
freaky, my friend. It is freaky. Like, it's just how how do you control that? How do you if you were a person who spent most of his life in the pre-internet era and is
Right.
now spending it, like if you're caught up ka naman sa
Mm-hmm.
technology, alam mo
Mm-hmm.
kung paano mag-troubleshoot and everything, you're aware of the um,
Mm-hmm.
ins and outs doon sa gadget mo. Alam mo paano ayusin, alam mo yung usual na sira, alam
Right.
mo kapag may
Right.
virus. At saka resourceful ka.
Mm-hmm.
Resourceful kang tao.
Mm-hmm.
How do you manage to have conversations around your phone? Diba? Pare
Yeah.
nalaman nila na gusto
It's,
mo ng teleprompter, Brad.
exactly. And I just said it once. Teleprompter. I sabi ko lang, babe, ang ganda siguro if I have a teleprompter so that I would stop using the word probably so I can read my script better. I can read my script better. And
Ano
then
ba
I
yan?
think an hour after, pag
Yeah.
ganun ko sa newsfeed ko, uy, teleprompter. Uh-oh.
May gumanon na. Hindi, pero
Yeah.
probably is your crutch word.
Yeah,
Okay lang yun
probably.
sa akin. Okay lang yun sa akin. That's fine. I
Probably.
can live with probably. Because a lot of people say actually,
Yeah.
and I just, it's especially when it's misused,
Right.
diba? Because it's
It
supposed to
used to
negate.
be
Mhm.
right. It
Actually.
used to be my crusher actually, but being with ANZ,
Yeah.
my current company, um, Australians hate the word actually. They hate it.
They actually hate it.
It Yeah, they hate it. So
Uh-huh.
they see that word as something that tells them that you're not sure
Huh.
what you're saying.
Huh.
So
Huh.
there is and there is training, a specific week of training for us not to use the word actually.
Huh?
Yeah.
Talaga? Ilang
Yeah,
araw
because
yung
when
training
we
na yun?
like 1 week, like one
Putang in.
week.
Huh?
1 week
Just to get the word
actually.
actually out of your vocabulary.
Yeah,
Right?
because
Uh,
we're so used to, well, a lot of us, for me that was my crutch word, and I would always use that word. Well,
mhm.
actually, this is your transaction, and
Ah,
actually, so it's like it becomes my stall word as well.
yeah, yeah,
Yeah. So it's
yeah.
not just me. There's a lot of us.
That's
So
all
it's
of us
something
had
that,
those.
yeah,
All of us had those,
yeah.
man.
That's
Like
right.
freaking. I was working in the BPO space for about 15 years.
Yeah.
Started with Sykes, and then
Hmm.
Convergys, and then Teletech, and then what came after Teletech? It was Stellar, and after Stellar, it was
Teletech?
HSBC. Yeah, man, yeah.
Really?
Ang
Wow.
dami, pare. It was like
Teletech.
not 16 years. I'm sorry, I meant 9 years with 16
Wow.
companies.
Wow.
I'm a hopper. I'm a hopper.
Wow.
Yeah, yeah. So I
Teletech,
can't.
man.
Yeah, Teletech pa sa may MOA. Yeah.
Moa. Ako naman
Yeah,
sa
sa may MOA.
Novaliches.
Uy, Novaliches, yung sa
Teletech.
may, yun yung sa may ano, di ba? SM Fairview?
Robinsons.
Ay, Robinsons. Okay,
Oh,
got it.
yeah,
Got it.
Robinsons, yeah.
Got it. Ayun, pare.
That's my first job, actually.
Hindi, pero
See,
thank God, di ba?
actually.
Hindi, pero hey, I understand the context that you're speaking
Yeah.
within. So, um, yung BPO space, no, it was receiving a lot of scornful attention for some
Right.
time during its first years, during its from the first 5 to 8 years of the BPO space existing in this country. It was receiving a lot of scorn,
Right.
and at the same time, it was receiving a lot of love from
Right.
people because nung sumali ako, I remember psychs ako nun.
Hmm.
Sabi ko, kung hindi dahil sa BPO industry, hindi ako magkakaroon ng trabaho. Kung in theory, totoo yung sinasabi ng
Right.
mga magulang ko na kapag wala kang diploma, hindi ka makakatanggap ng trabaho.
Right.
Pucha, wala, I'd be a bum. If not for the BPO
Right.
industry. Pare, doon
That's right.
sa training, pucha mga katabi ko nung mga time na yun, isang naglolo sa Ateneo who's trying to,
Wow.
pinapaaral niya yung sarili niya. Tapos yung isa, taga UP, isa taga Lasal, yung isa, graduate ng St. Paul. Alam mo yun, parang all of these prestigious schools, and I'm from freaking St. Jude College. No one even freaking knew where that was. Pero I am a native speaker of the language. So that's
Right.
my advantage. I didn't have to learn it I did learn it in a classroom setting. Mas komportable akong mag-English kaysa mag-Tagalog. Pero magaling sa akin, natuto rin ako mag-Tagalog dito eh. Alam mo kung sino mga nagturo sa akin?
Sino?
Mga nagbabasketball sa kanto. Nakikipaglaro ako sa kanila. Pare, kaya matatas ako mag-Tagalog.
Nice.
So, ayun pare.
Nice.
So, yung career ko na yun, nag-start ako from the floor, like customer service, right? I started customer service, and then
Right.
the last position I held was an English trainer. Foundation trainer
Right.
sa Teleperformance. Shout out to
Teleperformance, right.
shout out to all of the
TP,
foundation
TP.
yeah. Foundation trainers ng yan sila Aubrey, si Leng, freaking I can't we have Jess, Abby, Linz. Linz is from South Africa actually. She's my buddy, and everyone else from the team. Ayun, pare. So I mean, 5 years
Yeah.
being on the floor. How has it changed from the time that you stepped into the scene? Parang, what was it like in the beginning and how is it now?
Well, at the beginning, I would say, because I started 2007 in Teletech. 5 years was just 5 years was just for HSBC, but there were other,
Position.
some sort of a hopper. Yeah. I think the English training from from the moment I stepped into the BPO industry was a lot strict
Mhm.
at that time. I mean, I'm not sure if you have this in your centers before that, but there was a separate quality assessment for your product training, and there was a separate quality assessment for your accent. For
Wow.
Yeah,
Wow. Hindi pa,
in
hindi ko
Teletech that was
na-experience
the
yan.
case.
Yeah.
Yeah, so in Teletech that was the case. They call it they in an English, like, what was that? I forgot. But there were English coaches that would have that separate conversation with you if you
Okay.
missed out on some grammatical points.
Okay.
So it's not enough. It was not enough for you to know the product itself. I mean, you could be the expert in this certain product, knows the ins and outs. But if you miss out on that subject-verb agreement,
Yeah.
you're gonna fail.
Or
Yeah,
that
you're gonna
preposition.
fail. That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
then well, that gradually changed. Most of the customers in the US and that, because the point of you certain way Filipinos being outsourced. I mean, the service from America or the US being outsourced into some other country would be, the transition would be more smoother.
Yeah.
And a lot of those customers are not comfortable speaking, again, privacy issues. So
Uh-uh.
they're not comfortable speaking to another person in another country about their bank details or
Yeah.
their phone details.
Yeah.
And then gradually that changed. They start accepting that, my call can go to some isolated part in India or back or
Hyderabad.
Thailand or
Hello? Yes.
especially tech support, right? Tech
Yeah.
support sa India talaga eh. Galing eh.
Thank you
Galing
for
talaga nila sa tech support eh.
thank you for calling. My name is Prakash. How may I help you? They take on that tone, right? Like they're very relaxed.
Yeah, yeah.
They're very
They
because they
yeah,
know what they're doing. They know what the fuck they're doing over there.
that's right.
Sobrang
Yeah.
galing nila. All
Yeah.
right.
They really do. Sobrang
Yeah.
galing nila.
Pero ngayon,
That's a
parang,
big change. Yeah.
yeah, it is. It is a big change. Pero ngayon, kumbaga, with the quality, I'm not sure if you'd agree with me, pero it has been discussed by some of my friends who are doing recruiting in the BPO
Mhm.
space. Na parang there was a decline and some sort of a settling level. Kumbaga parang okay, we can't get the prestigious students from the prestigious schools anymore who actually know their subject verb agreements and their prepositions and
Right.
their
Right.
conjunctions and everything. Parang we can't hire them anymore. We
Right.
don't have the money for them anymore. Parang okay, like let's look let's look at other schools. Parang okay,
Right.
and everyone said, yeah, you know what? PLM is good, FEU is good, USD is good, ganito ganyan. Okay. So parang has that been the case? Was there an actual decline in quality just because they were not getting in your observation lang ah. I know that you're not in
Yeah.
HR, pero
That's
like
right. Yeah.
yeah, what
I
what do you
mean,
think about that?
yeah, I would say that there was a decline. I mean, I'm not the VP or the
HR
site
manager.
director,
Yeah.
HR manager
Yeah.
to say, but I'm just basing it with the people that I got into the team with.
Yeah.
So there's it's night and day. There's just a few of us. Let's say, si Mike tsaka si Mark, sila na lang pagharapin niyo sa mga public hosting kasi sila naman yung magaling mag-English eh. I
Oo.
mean, those simple statements, yung mga ganon. And then,
Yeah.
ba't kayo ba hindi? Kasi nag-English din naman kayo sa phone ba't hindi kayo? Ba't
Exactly.
kami na lang lagi? Ba't kami na lang
Exactly.
lagi?
Oo. De, pero
Diba?
alam mo pare ito yung nakita kong difference. Alam mo ito sabihin ko sa'yo. Dati, kapag kunyari, lasalista kausap mo, UST kausap mo, Atenista kausap mo, nag-i-English. Alam mo yun, matatas din sa English yung kausap mo. They'll do it even if they're not on the phones. Right?
Right.
Right. Yeah, so they'll do it
Yeah.
they'll do it while you're having lunch. They'll speak in
Right.
English
Yeah.
while you're having lunch.
That's right.
So ngayon,
Mhm.
parang there was this whole I think hindi sa kalidad ng eskwela eh. Maybe it has something
Mhm.
maybe it has a correlation to that I'm missing. Pero I don't think
Mhm.
na nasa kalidad ng eskwela na pinanggalingan niya ng kandidato. I think nanggagaling
Yeah.
yan doon sa mindset na parang okay, alas
That's
12
right.
na, 'di ba? Alauna na ng madaling araw, break ko na. nag-start kanina yung
Right.
shift ko ng alas 9, wag na tayong mag-English. Trabaho lang sa
Mm-mm.
atin ang mag-English. For
That's right.
them, kumbaga parang it touches on, for some people, for some people, it even touches on
Right.
patriotism. Na parang,
Oh yeah.
oo, na parang,
You know what I tell them about that?
oh, anong sinasabi mo sa kanila?
Oh, okay. Patriotism, right?
Yeah.
Look it up. Look it up in Wikipedia in the Philippines. Our national, I'm not sure if it's in the national, but English and Filipino is our main language officially.
Yep.
Look it up.
Yep. True.
Look it up.
At
So
saka while,
whenever, yeah,
yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
yeah, whenever I see I don't know, some sort of a minor basher now. English na naman ano. Um, Look it up, buddy.
Yeah.
Wikipedia, Philippines, languages, English, Filipino.
Yeah.
Look it up.
Yun lang.
That's what I
Yun lang.
say. Yeah.
Di saka pare, alam mo yun, kapag sinabi mo sa kanila na mag-Wikipedia ka, tapos nag-Wikipedia sila, hindi naman
Oo.
Tagalog yung explanation dun eh.
Yeah.
Diba?
Woo!
Diba? Hindi na.
Tama.
English yun eh.
Tama.
Pucha,
Yeah,
tagal, sabi mo sa akin na mali ako sa references ko, diba?
that's
Pero
right.
yeah, Wikipedia is what I know is, so,
Yeah,
but yeah, they will, some troll will always come in the comment
right.
section and say something like that. That's stupid. Thank you. Um, yung sa'yo, kumbaga, when you mix, are you still performing nowadays? Do you still go on stage to sing and perform? Like,
No. Right now I'm not active anymore as
okay.
much as I want to,
Mm-hmm.
but I really want to go back. But kasi ngayon medyo nag-change direction na ako eh. I don't want to be the vocalist anymore. I just want to be a bassist. So I play the bass also. So
Why?
if it's
So
performing,
when
it's
you were
more on the
singing
bass.
before, you played the bass, din ba?
Yeah. No, I was solely just the vocalist,
Rocking out, man.
lead vocals.
Shit.
Yeah.
Sup,
Yeah,
nun?
rocking out. And then through the years, I just fell in love with being the background guy. So in terms of singing, even I love second voicing than being the lead vocals. So I love giving color to the music, so to speak.
Ah, see, that's a really big contrast from the guy that you were describing or talking about earlier at the beginning of this
Yeah,
conversation. When did this? So it's. I'm
yeah,
guessing. I'm guessing the journey started when you said, "Oh shit, I fucked up as a vocalist. How do I
right.
compliment?" Was that the? Was that the thought process? Like, how do I compliment other
Yeah,
people now? Like,
that's exactly what where my headspace was. Is that okay? What went wrong? Why was I kicked out? Why my rock star work ethics didn't work the first time, and then I just started picking up the pieces, and oh, I didn't have respect. I didn't have respect to my bandmates at that time. So this is what I'm going to do now. My next project or my next musical project, I'm gonna be more engaged in terms of writing, and then more engaged in terms of just hanging out with the band. You don't have to be. What I learned is that you don't have to be technically proficient in terms of singing or playing the instrument. Sometimes it just takes hanging out, spending time with the band. You'll get to know their. That's where chemistry develops it. There are some musicians that chemistry is instant, it's undeniable,
yeah,
but most of the
palpable.
time, especially if you, let's say for example, I don't know your work ethics in terms of music, Mike,
Yeah,
but
yeah,
if we hang out long enough,
yeah.
I will I will get to know what you're comfortable with, what I'm comfortable with in terms of our
Yeah,
interaction, in terms of that's where the chemistry develops, and that's what I learned through the years. And
that's
then
true.
I found out that I love being in the background, not being the lead
Wow.
vocals. Or I love it. I love being in the background.
Ang galing nun. Ang galing
Mm-mm.
nun. Not a lot of people are humble and gracious and innovative enough to actually make that transition from being the front man to a supporting role
Right.
to the music section. So it takes a true para sa akin, it takes a true musician. I can't make that transition not because I have humility issues or attitude issues, but because I don't know
Mm-mm.
how to play anything else. Siguro pwede akong mag
Right.
second voice.
Okay.
Pwede akong mag second
Yeah.
voice. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Man, we should jam. Like we should
Yeah. We
really
should.
we sincerely like we should jam. I can have my guy Jonks. Shout out to Jonks who celebrated his birthday yesterday. Sorry, it was 2 days ago technically. Yeah, he's my guitarist. If you look up
Wow.
Shot Glass Manila, on Facebook, and you'll find both our faces there. It's just a duo, but we rock the crowd,
Nice.
man. Like shit, man. This is something that we actually love
Yeah.
doing. Talagang may mga taon kami
Yeah.
dati when before we started earning what most consider real money. Pucha yung pa 500 per gig namin noon na 3 sets per night.
Yeah.
Pare, plus ano pa yun hindi may tips naman, may konting tips
Mm-mm.
naman. Pero
Mm-mm.
imaginein mo, kunyari maka 750, 800 ka sa isang gabi. Tapos you only
Yeah.
have 2 nights. You only have 2 nights of those. That's what? 1.6? 1.8?
Yeah.
Diba? Tapos buhay ka na. Yun pare.
Yeah.
So, doon kami nabuo sa ano na yun eh. Hindi ko masasabing struggle kasi hindi siya hindi namin siya hindi ginusto eh.
That's right. Yeah.
Struggle lang naman siya pag di mo gusto eh. Diba?
Exactly. Yeah. It is.
You
It's
seem to
struggle
really
lang yan pag.
resonate with that. Yeah, pare.
Yeah. I do. I do. I mean, we've played gigs. I mean, pagka, especially when you're starting, when you formed a new band, expect mo talaga na wala kang bayad sa una. Kasi nga you're getting your name out there, your music out, especially for a lot of bands out there are, I consider really brave that when they come out to the scene na baguhan pa lang, they don't cover anything. They write their own songs, and it's a big
Mm-hmm.
risk. Kasi sa akin it's a hit or miss eh. Kung maganda ba talaga yung song mo, ganyan. But these bands come out with their originals.
Yeah,
Sa
yeah.
start yan, walang magbabayad yan. Sure yan, wala kang makukuha dyan. But
Uh,
if you
uh,
do it consistently, like you do it long enough that hey, these guys are really good. You
yeah,
should sign them or something.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Saka nung time na yun, Aroma, Menaya, Soap Dish, Silent Sanctuary. Ay, sorry. Wala pang Silent Sanctuary nun.
Meron
Meron na
na.
ba?
May
Meron na,
silent
meron na. Oo
sanctuary.
nga pala, sorry.
Pero hindi pa sila yung
Pa sila
sound nila nun.
Mm.
Hindi pa sila yung what we know of today na medyo poppy na yung mga love song ballads na alternative. Dati, sila, parang very specific yung genre nila na parang Jars of Clay. Heard of them?
Shit, I love Jars of Clay.
Yeah, Jars. So,
Oh my
I mean,
God.
hearing Jars of Clay, hindi naman siya commercially sounding dito sa Pilipinas nun eh. Niche market siya eh.
Yeah, yeah. Tea and Sympathy, diba?
So, yeah, Tea and Sympathy.
Tapos
Tea and
meron pa isa. Fuck, keep forgetting.
Five Candles.
Five Candles.
Yeah.
Nice. Oh my God. Love this conversation.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Pare. So, ngayon, are you actively looking for a band, or is that something that you're just kind of passively, well, not passively, but really more of parang hoping for?
I have to be honest with you. Seeing my brother
Yeah.
out there, being signed to a label is more than enough for me. Kasi yung mga tinuro ko sa kanya in terms of work ethics, how to deal. Kasi yung mga kabanda niya ngayon, mga kabanda ko dati.
Yeah.
So, when he started there, sinasabi ko, sila Jeff gusto nila nag-hangout ka lagi sa kanila ha. Ganito yung mga ano nila, yung mga ugali nila, blah blah blah, ganyan. This is how they work. They really want to jam a lot. So yung mga advice niya ginawa niya na fulfill niya, so to speak. So ako masaya ako doon. Ngayon kasi happy ako sa newfound opportunity ko in terms of, you know, the voice acting and then vlogging now.
Yeah.
So
I'm
ito
happy
mga
that you're doing
newfound,
it.
yeah,
I'm happy then
yeah,
that you're doing it because you look around, you see a lot of either established brands or a lot of names who are still trying to make it, and a lot of them have made it in terms of numbers, in terms of views.
right,
Na pero yung content nila, ang sa akin kasi yung content mo hindi naman kailangan palaging controversial para
right,
panoorin ka ng tao. I
that's right,
still believe in the people na okay, papanoorin yung vlog mo kapag hindi mo pinrank ng masama yung nanay mo or yung tatay mo,
right,
or
yeah,
kung yung thumbnail na napapanoorin yung video mo kahit na walang boobs na nakalabas dun sa thumbnail mo, 'di ba? Alam mo
that's
yun?
right,
Yun. So parang may mga tao pa rin na nag-iisip and who actually want um, content that is sensible.
yeah,
You know? Content nga
and
eh. Diba?
enriching.
Enriching.
It has to. For me, my goal is I want to look at the things that are so small,
Yeah.
and I want to highlight it in a way that if you work on it,
Yeah.
it may potentially affect how you would treat other people. Okay, so yun nga, yung sa honking the horn, right?
Yeah.
It's a small thing, but if you watch the video and it made you realize that it's, you know, it's not good all the time, then you'll have that realization that, hey, what am I doing wrong? Why am I honking my horn the moment the green light goes on? Oh my
Yeah.
goodness, I'm just being impatient.
Yeah.
Or I'm sure you've seen this. You're driving, right?
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
then there's no pedestrian. Okay, so people can just cross, to and fro
Yeah.
from each side.
Uh-huh.
Have you noticed that there are some people who would cross the street who wouldn't look at your side?
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
Ay, tapos biglang sasabihin mo, ano ba yan, di nakatingin, no?
Yeah.
'Di
Yeah,
ba?
yeah. Totoo,
So
totoo.
what for me, what does that say about you? I mean, sa akin kasi crossing the road is, is deadly. It's fatal. So
Yeah.
dito sa Pilipinas kasi wala naman tayong, let's say, sige, given, wala naman tayong mga like perfectly positioned pedestrian lanes in terms of, giving the opportunity to people who's crossing.
Mm-hmm.
So kailangan dito sa Pilipinas pagka nagko-cross ka, medyo makulit dapat yung ulo mo.
Uh,
Hindi ka lang yung pagtatawid ka, doon ka isang side ka lang titingin.
uh,
Tapos may kotse nang parating dito. Dapat
uh,
medyo
left and right
medyo
talaga.
aware ka. Yung aware ka sa left and right. I
Yun.
mean, sa Singapore siguro, maybe pwede kang tumingin one direction kasi lahat naman doon sumusunod ng batas, at may mga there's perfectly positioned pedestrians in all access points.
Yeah.
Dito we don't have that convenience. It's a reality for our country. So
True.
kailangan pag tatawid ka, kailangan medyo tingin-tingin ka. So
Oh,
those small things can potentially maybe hopefully improve your character, how you look at things, how you
mhm.
treat other people. Kasi
Yeah.
pag ganun, ibig sabihin parang wala kang pakialam sa driver, wala kang pakialam sa sarili mo,
Oh,
'di ba? So essentially yun eh.
pare, ano yung mga bagay na usual struggles mo kapag naghahanap ka ng content, kapag
Mm.
nagkakaroon ka pa rin ba ng moments of doubt na, shit, ilalabas ko pa ba to? Or gagawa pa ba ako ng panibagong video talaga? Nasaan ka sa creative stage mo? Or sorry, creative confidence mo?
Mm.
Na do you have no problems dishing them out on a regular basis, or may mga times pa rin na parang shit, anong gagawin ko ngayon? Parang anong gagawin ko? How do I build off of the video that I just last made? Kumbaga, kung as a creative, tinatanong kita,
Right.
parang may ganun ba? May ganun bang moment para sa'yo?
I'm sure there's going to be a moment. For now kasi, since technically, well, I've just started, so to speak. So medyo may mga baon pa ako. But I'm already seeing yung point na baka maubusan ako. I think
Uh,
that's the time that I can get suggestions. Kasi
yeah.
I don't know everything. So sometimes I ask my friends, what do you want to see? Like meron ako mga na-PM na mga close friends ko na, hey bro, what do you want to see? Ano yung mga issues, yung mga small issues na pwede kong itackle in terms of our culture na maaring maka-enrich or maaring pwedeng ma-educate yung mga tao
Sige.
para ma-feature natin sa content, parang ganun.
Okay. Sige, siguro pwede natin pag-usapan tong mga to in passing kasi alam mo sinabi mo sa akin na kumbaga every culture, every country, every culture has a flaw or separate
That's
or
right.
its own flaws.
Yeah.
Eto, sige. Dito tayo mag-umpisa. Ito malapit sa puso natin to. Anong tingin mo sa issue ng mga tao ngayon na syempre wala namang masama na magsalita tayo ng Tagalog pero sometimes na-vilify or it paints a bad picture for people who actually speak in English. How do you
Mm-hmm.
feel about that? Nasaan ka ron sa usapan na yun?
For me, to be honest with you, that's a branch of smart shaming.
Okay.
For me, because well, it's an established fact that if you speak English well or if you can speak English, meron kang pinag-aralan either sa school or on your own. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because mostly sa mga movies like if this character says a line, I would just repeat it in a way na parehas. So, yun yung mga learnings ko eh. So, yun. Part yun ng speaking yung mga tao na medyo, uy, pa-English-English. Smart shaming. It's something that has to be talked about.
Yeah. Okay.
Because, oh man, how would I say this? It should not be in our society yung smart shaming. Kasi nga, parang crab mentality din siya smart shaming should be out of our systems in terms of, I want to learn this new thing.
Yeah.
Tapos yung office mate mo, ano naman yung kakabisihan mo? Sayang na naman sa oras yan. Yung voice acting. I'm sure meron dyan kasi nga, technically, may ilalabas ka na pera dyan eh. Di ba? Pag mag-workshop ka. Wala naman siyang instant na income agad, di ba? So,
delayed
people
gratification siya.
who would see that, yeah, exactly. So, people who would see that on a certain point of view na, Nick, ba't ka nang ganyan? Anong kikitain mo dyan? Ano naman? Parang yung, like yung episode mo lang yung laway ang puhunan, di ba? Parang,
wow.
Come on.
You saw that, right?
Oh, di ba?
Yes.
Yeah.
So, yes, totoo.
Di ba? Parang, I mean, I've had that opportunity sa, I did some voiceovers internally within our company that, I got nothing for it. And the only joy I got of that is that the fact that I did it. And
kumbaga sa'yo yung creative license niya.
Sometimes don't understand that, hey, so yung iba sabihin, wala naman yung ginawa ni Mark, maliit na bagay lang naman yan eh. Well, it caused the competition to, our entry to win that specific competition. So sa akin, happy na ako dun. Yan.
This is Lolo Art Brandy. Kanina, it was the
Yeah.
gin.
Wow.
Sorry Ayan. So, this is Lolo Art Gin. Shit, naubos ko
Oh,
na siya.
wow. I should
Yeah,
try
this
that. Ano yan?
yeah, Lolo Art is actually done by my friends who are at Vino Arsan. Vino Arsan is
Wow.
yeah, they make wines, they make gin, they make brandy. So
Okay.
kanina yung iniinom ko, sorry nagpa-plug na ako no. Kanina itong Lolo Art Gin is actually kanina gumawa ako ng plug before we hopped on. So I explained
Right.
to everyone how this is a gin. Parang pag sinabi ng gin, di ba? Usually, naiisip mo, anong brands naiisip mo? Hello?
Hinebra. That's the only thing that
Ginebra,
comes into mind. Pag gin.
Gilbis,
Yeah.
di ba? Di ba?
Yeah.
Tapos naman the rest, vodka na, di ba? Nakalasa.
Yeah.
Ngayon, syempre pag sinabi kong Hinebra, pag sinabi kong Gilbis, tapos pikit mo yung mata mo, tapos amuyin mo siya. Naaamoy mo, di ba?
Yeah.
Naaamoy mo, di ba? Etong Vino Arsan, sobrang bango nito. Oh my God. I will never get tired of this because you know what it's made from? It's made from 10 botanicals and it's been distilled 3 times sa botanicals na yun. It's
Wow.
juniper berry, coriander seed, dried lavender leaves, angel root, dried kaffir leaves, lemon peel, orange peel, calamansi peel, lemongrass, and tarragon leaves. Imagine mo yung amoy nito.
What?
Imagine mo yung amoy nito,
Grabe, ang
pare.
bango niyan.
Bango
Sobra.
nito. Tapos ito namang brandy, distilled 2 times, made from, ano ba to? Lipote? 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 Lipote?
Lipity.
Lipote. Lipote? And bugnay berries. So, Pinoy na Pinoy to. Indigenous in the
Wow.
mountains of Sierra Madres and in the plains of central and southern Luzon. Drink with confidence. Drink with class. Lolo Art Brandy. Maginoo. So
Wow.
yeah.
Maginoo.
Yeah, pare, if you look at
I gotta look that up.
yeah, I did the voiceover for them. So
Oh, wow. That's
they
so
have really
cool.
low standards when it comes to VO. So
Grabe naman.
no man. Hindi, pero okay, so that's one. Thanks for sharing your thoughts on that. May tanong pa ako sa'yo.
Sure.
Paano sa mga tao? And a lot of people, okay, I hate that the people round this off to just millennials. Kasi hindi lang millennials to eh. Meron akong mga kilalang kaedad ko na gumagawa nito. Yung mga tao na ang lakas magkaroon ng uh, political opinion and to shove it down other people's throats.
Mm-hmm.
But they can't even fix their own fucking rooms.
Right.
Alam mo yun? Parang
Yeah.
they can't even apply yung their principles locally. So parang may
Right.
opinion ka tungkol kay Duterte, sabihin mo kay Duterte na dapat ganito ginagawa niya, dapat ganito ginagawa ni Roque, or ganito dapat ginawa ni, I don't know, like any of the past presidents, pero look at their fucking rooms. It's a fucking mess.
I
Like,
know.
how
Yeah.
do I respect your opinion? Diba?
That's right.
So
Yeah.
what do you think of that, man?
Well, for me, kasi it's not just you, man. I mean, I also have, people, same type of people na ganyan din, yung mag-isip.
Yeah.
I mean, for me, it's okay to be opinionated, but you have to do it with respect, number one, and class. Kasi pag wala kang respect, you're just gonna step on people and don't care. For example, you have your own views on politics. I have my own views on politics, and we've just met. And I tell you, Mike, walang kwenta yung yung pinaniniwalaan mo, basura yan.
Uh-huh.
Obviously, that would hurt your feelings because we've just met. That's just for acquaintances. Paano pa yung mga close friends? I mean, I've seen friendships ended because of, oh my goodness, Facebook posts. Facebook posts about politics. I mean, I've seen it. This person blocking this person, and then this person, telling lies about this person in the workplace.
Yeah.
It's there. So number one talaga, respect. And number two, come on, show some class, di ba? Show some
Yeah,
class
man.
in terms if you want to say something about something political,
Yeah.
do it with class. I
Mm-hmm.
mean, make sure that parang advice ko na rin to sa lahat, no? Parang make sure that what you post on social media does not degrade anyone, but it has to have that thought-provoking response
Yeah. Yeah.
from the public who will see your post. Because if you post something, parang duh, it's already public. So if you post something that's not respectful and doesn't have class,
Uh-huh.
you can't necessarily take that back, and that would put a mark on your character as, oh, may mga na-identify na yung ibang friends ko na, oh, itong taon to, i-unfollow nyo na or wag nyo na ano kasi mag-post ka lang ng, halimbawa, wow, good job, Mr. President, that you did this.
Mm-hmm.
Magko-comment na yan sa baba ng 3 paragraph. Yung pinupuri mong presidente, ganito, ganito, blah, 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 blah. And vice versa. It's not just the pro President Duterte, but also the anti. Ano yan,
Yeah.
salit-salit yan. It's going
Yeah.
back and forth, going back and forth. That's
Yeah.
why I chose to do this vlog. Kasi nga, what matters in life are these things that we encounter every day. If we kung it matters din naman na we have to respect our president kasi siya naman ng current president natin eh.
Yes.
We can't do anything about it even
Right.
if we like him or we don't like him. There's the law and we have to follow it. But crossing the street, honking your horn, these are the things that we should be dealing with because it's something that we do every day
So
and
it's
it's
in
part of
within
our
your
character development.
right, and it's within your immediate circle of control,
Exactly. Yeah.
right? It's something that you can apply locally,
Exactly. Yeah.
right? Without having to impose it on anyone else.
That's
So,
right.
yun pare. I mean, okay, I have to be some sort of foolish. I have to be foolish and some sort of, I gotta be some kind of an ignoramus to 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 think that my 3 paragraph comment is going to be taken to heart by someone. It could be, I don't know, like, it's just very ignorant of me to think na, hey, maybe some way this is going to reach the president and he's going to mull this over before he sleeps at night. Tonight. You know? Like, there
My
was a
thoughts
random,
exactly.
diba? Like, there was a random citizen whose comment I read on Facebook tonight, and this made me think.
Yeah.
Like,
That's true, man.
this is just
That's
not
true.
gonna happen. It's just
That's
not gonna
true.
happen. Like, yo, no
And
one thought
and
of
you see that
Yeah, go ahead.
sorry. And you see that comment, that 3 paragraph thing, and then once you get to the main post, it was just a simple question by a random citizen that or a simple kudos to our
Yeah,
president. Hey, good job. Thank you for fixing the road. Yung simpleng ganon. And then
yeah.
suddenly, yung presidente mo.
I don't know. Like, what are they trying to? What are they? See, that's exactly the kind of. Also, that's a new form of entitlement,
Right.
in my opinion.
Oh,
It's
really? How
Yeah,
so?
it's
I'm
a form.
curious. I'm curious.
Okay, it's a new form of entitlement because I actually think personally that someone is going to take heed to my 3 paragraph comment. So
Right.
in my mind,
Right.
someone is this is going to this is going to affect the change that I want to implement on myself and to everyone else. So, I mean, who the fuck am I?
That's right.
Who am I? Like, no, it has not ever excuse me. It has not ever happened in the history of histories of things na one random citizen was able to affect the way of things in a particular era or in a particular um, region of the world just by
Right.
speaking their mind in the time of the internet. In the time of the internet, no.
Right.
Like, all of this is just noise. It's just white noise floating around on the
Yeah.
ether. And then, ngayon, someone says, you know what, this might help the cause. Yeah, it's helping the cause, but are you clear about your cause?
Yeah.
Okay, let's talk about reasoning, and reasoning is backed by philosophy, right? Which is
Right.
something that everyone
Yes.
has in theory.
That's right.
And
Yes.
if you are a man of philosophy, then you should be clear about the things that you are declaring out into the world, because it would
Yeah.
actually be, if you follow Seneca, Aristotle, if you follow Marcus
Right.
Aurelius, if
Yeah.
you follow Cato the Younger, not, if you all follow them, they are clear with their words. You know why? Because they have this in common. And the thing that they have in common is, it is an unkindness to be not clear about what you're saying. And a lot of people
Wow.
can't be. Okay, I'll explain this to you. A lot of people, okay, ito na yung explanation ko. A lot of people
Yeah.
can't even get over their typographical fucking errors.
Right.
How? How? How do you expect this to
Yeah.
serve the cause?
That's
Okay,
right. Yeah.
it's just noise.
Uh,
It's just
it
noise.
is. It is. And honestly, I want to say something in terms
Yeah, man,
of
go ahead.
and no, no, I mean in terms of politics, publicly posting about things, but it just the just thinking about the banter that I'm going to get. I'll just rather focus on my creativity and
Yeah.
focusing on these little things.
Yeah, you know why?
Um,
You know what that makes you? It makes you a good
yeah,
citizen of this country, because you are focused on the things that are under your influence and your control, and you're trying to affect
that's
them in a
right. Yeah,
positive way. I think that's it.
yeah.
You know, you don't have
I have
to.
nothing.
Yeah, go
Yeah,
ahead.
I have nothing against wanting to have some change. Let's say you have some grievances with the current regime or the current presidency. I get that.
Yeah,
I really do. But to forget your character, to forget your core character, how I mean, I'm gonna get like really emotional
okay,
here, okay?
okay.
Most of the people that I see posting those things, they forget their upbringing. They forget how they were raised by their parents, and just syempre, makita mo naman yung mga taong to. Some of them I know, and then some of them I know their family backgrounds,
Right.
and then they would just bash on some random people online in
Yeah,
terms of political views or
yeah,
political sides.
yeah.
So it's like they're putting their whole family to shame.
I know. It's not the
That's
way to represent your family.
that's right. Yeah.
Yeah,
And it's just kung mo nang isipin yung pamilya mo, yung sarili mo na lang. I mean, think of the impact that would if you would be like that for the rest of your life. Think of the impact that it would have on you, on your wife. Kasi ano yan sa gusto mo at sa hindi, nadadamay. Let's say ako, si Mark Abbott, politically opinionated online,
hmm,
na nakilala ko as a basher of, let's say, the Dilawan, or let's say the pro Duterte. Madadamay asawa ko doon. Makaka-receive din siya ng mga bashing din kasi nga associated siya sa akin eh.
true.
So a lot of these people don't think about that. They just type away. I wouldn't even call them keyboard warriors. I would call them as, keyboard hoarders, so to speak. Kasi
Keyboard ranters. I don't know.
kasi ganito eh. If you're a warrior, if you're an actual warrior, you know, warriors are inculcated with strategy in mind.
And virtue
Okay,
and
they and
morals.
virtue, and
Hmm.
they don't just. I mean, saan nakita ng isang warrior or ano na hindi muna nag-huddle up para pag-usapan yung strategy nila na parang
Yeah.
attack-attack lang.
Yeah.
Gumagawa lang nun usually sa medieval times, 'di ba, mga usually sa mga peasants lang kasi nga hindi
True.
sila military trained eh.
Yes.
So they're
There's
actually
no
not
strategy.
warriors.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
warriors have strategies, warriors have sense, warriors have respect and honor. Sa totoo
Oh
lang
yeah.
I'm just being like a last samurai
No.
mode here na,
No, that's
'di ba?
actually that's actually correct. Kasi when you call someone a warrior, um okay, for example, samurai people, the samurai are warriors. So
Yeah,
they are the ones who actually um implemented Bushido and at the same time read Sun Tzu's Art of War. So there's that
right.
recognition of regional tactics. Regional tactics,
Right.
ibang diskarte ng Chinese, ng Mongol, to the samurai.
Iba.
But there's that
Yeah,
recognition na parang, okay, how am I going to use this? And at the same time, I will but at the same time, I will maintain my respect towards their culture and towards their people.
right.
So, I think that's been out of the window for several years now. Like, when you're my enemy, I can't show you respect anymore, which is the whole virtue of debate. It's being able to respect and be respectable even though your sides are opposing. Na magkaiba yung sinasabi yung
Right.
dalawa. Eh. Magkaiba yung pinanggagalingan yung dalawa. Hindi kayo
That's right.
nagtutugma. Hindi kayo nag-agree.
Hmm.
Pero at the same time, okay, you know what? We can shake hands after this. I don't think it's happening to a lot of people
That's right.
nowadays. It's just so
That's
sad.
right.
It's just so sad.
And
Mm-hmm.
recently, just for the listeners who's into, because I love progressive rock, Dream Theater, and my favorite musician probably of all time is hello,
Yes, I'm here. I'm here.
hello, Mike,
Hello? Yes, I'm here. Mm-hmm.
hello, can you hear me?
Hello, 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 hello. Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, yes, there.
Yeah,
Okay,
okay, cool.
okay. So my favorite musician of all time is Mike Portnoy. He's the drummer of Dream Theater. Okay,
Pucha,
I mean, I
galing nun.
idolize him, I follow him, and yeah, he really doesn't, post anything political. But
Mm.
recent days, he just released something about voting for, how do you pronounce his name? Biden or Biden?
Biden. Joe Biden.
Biden, yeah, Joe
Yeah,
Biden. Okay,
yeah,
so he recently posted that he's going to vote for him.
yeah,
And I don't understand like how many of his fans would bash on him. Like really attack his personal preferences, really attack his to
logic.
the point na pati yung asawa niya, tsaka yung mga anak niya.
Yeah,
Parang, hey, your family is trash. You're supporting this type of politician. I mean, I don't understand. There's no respect anymore. There's no class. There's no respect. And come on, this is your favorite drummer.
I
So
know.
it's this is something that you know kay Mike Portnoy nga nangyayari yun eh. Sa atin pa kaya na mga, let's say, magsabi ka lang na, "Oy, very good." Let's say, ang galing ni VP
Duterte.
Lenny.
Or,
Hindi,
yeah,
let's
yeah.
say ni VP Lenny, ang
Uh-huh.
galing na napagawa niya tong daan na to. Vice
Uh-huh.
versa, may mag-a-attack, "Oy, yung VP mo, blah 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 ganun." Ito yung mga hindi it's funny that they would treat the comment section as like an exam, like an essay project that they had na
Yeah.
parang, okay, hindi naman po classroom to for you to enumerate that. I'm well aware of what's happening, so you don't have to enumerate everything. Yeah,
Yeah. Yeah, totoo, totoo. And with the internet, I think what's mostly being encouraged is being or encouraging is what is being encouraged is selective attention or selective listening. So you pick out keywords off of the
right.
person's statement and then try
Hmm.
to weaponize it against them.
Right.
We might have you ever been a victim of that, or have you ever encountered that with any one of your Facebook friends?
Sorry, I wasn't able to hear
Yeah,
the
sorry.
first part of the question. Yeah.
No, you at some point they can weaponize whatever you say on the internet
Hmm.
against you. So has that
Oh,
ever
right.
happened to you? Like use their words. They picked out keywords. They didn't understand the context of where you were speaking from. Kasi
Right.
like ako, I understand you because I feel your sentiments as a gentleman, as a fellow human being,
Hmm.
right?
Right.
Other people don't have those kind of grounds, as they just take it at face value. So, some of them take it
Right.
literally, which is really really fucking funny. Pero has that ever
Right.
happened to you? Na parang have they ever taken you wrong just because they were obviously biased about something?
Oh yeah. Oh
I don't
yeah,
know if you're anti
definitely.
or pro, ah.
And yeah, I'm gonna give you an example that's
Go.
not political. Okay.
Okay. All right.
That's not. It's about smoking. Okay.
Okay.
Because I used to be I could be the epitome of the chain smoker. So for my 15-minute breaks, one stick is not enough for me. I smoke two.
Well.
And then the way I smoke is like, it's just my oxygen. Okay. So
Okay.
2010, I stopped cold turkey. I decided
Wow.
on it. I prayed about it, and then yeah, I just stopped. Like I was smoking this day. The next day, I decided I want to live for my son. I want to live for my wife. I'm going to stop this. Okay. So ever since then, nag-stop na ako. And then I kind of like thought of some strategies to do it in terms of what to do on a daily basis. Say, for example, instead of if I'm tempted to smoke, I'm just gonna develop a mindset that, oh my, the smoking area is far, so I'll just stay
Mhm.
here and browse the internet because I'm lazy. I'm lazy to go to the smoking area. So I developed those kinds of tactics, and then I stopped hanging out with my friends that smoke for a
Yeah.
bit. And then when
Yeah.
I developed that discipline, kahit bugahan mo ko sa mukha ng Yossi, hindi na ako natitempt, hindi na
Baka
ako
masuka ka
ano.
pa
So
nga
I
eh.
yun, parang ganun.
Diba?
Naka-develop na ako ng ganun.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I posted something like that na, because it's my nature to help. I really love, enriching people, like, helping people based on my experience. So I posted that in Facebook, that, hey, you can do it. You can do it cold turkey. In my experience, there's no such thing as gradual stop. My experience, you can actually do. You can set your mind to do it.
Mm.
And ayan na, pumasok na yung mga PM, yung mga comments na, hey, you're not understanding, you offend me, ganyan, because basta all sorts of, not
Pare,
gonna mention yung ano, it's really bad.
alam mo tingin
It's really
ko,
bad.
yeah, I'm with you. I'm with you 101%. I think people react nowadays. People react out of not out of logic, but out of their mood, depending on how their days
Oh,
went. You
oh,
know what I mean?
I didn't think about that. Oh wow, okay. Out of their mood,
Possibly.
no?
Kasi
Grabe.
pare, alam mo, not a lot of people have a check on their, or um, have a conscious control, or are conscious of their emotional emotional state.
Right,
So parang if they don't know this, they could realize this after they've done it.
right.
Kasi naniniwala ako na bawat tao may konsensya.
Yeah.
Kahit gaano kasama ang ugali niyan. May
Mm-hmm.
mga tao na sinasabi nila na walang kaluluwa dahil sa hindi,
Mm-hmm.
tangin na naiisip nila yan. Hindi ayaw lang nilang
Yeah.
pakinggan because it's too late. It's too late. I've already
Or
killed
they
your
don't want to admit it. Ayaw
Yeah,
nila minsan aminin. Yeah, but there
exactly.
is.
You're right. You're right.
Yep.
So the people who sometimes oppose us right then and there, it feels confrontational. Pero sila mismo hindi nila maiisip to eh, na parang maybe the reason kung bakit kunyari I posted this 3-paragraph reply, I think that's going to be a running theme because a lot of people who have to explain themselves without being clear have to explain
Right.
themselves in the long form, you
Right.
know?
Yeah. I
Yeah.
agree. I agree.
So, um, and for the people who are actually right, na parang, listen, I'm not gonna give you everything. I'm gonna leave something for you to think about. Maybe you want to research on this. I'm not the
Right.
type to engage with that. Pero sige, let's go back to your story. Yung sa'yo, parang siguro ako kunyari magre-reply ako, Mark, alam mo ang insensitive mo naman eh. Kung ikaw nakapag-cold turkey ka tapos ako hindi, you shouldn't make us feel bad about it. Parang ganito, ganyan.
Right.
Parang, okay, all right, hold on. You being the
Yeah.
rational person,
Right.
ikaw being the rational
Yeah.
person that you are, you're gonna think, maybe this person is actually having a bad day, or maybe this person actually has a totally different experience. Maybe this person is actually struggling with that feeling right now and
Right.
is having a moment of denial because that
Right.
happens to people. Denial is a word, my friends. Yes, and it
Yes.
happens.
Yeah.
And maybe this is how it came out. Worst case, sabihin mo, okay, yeah, kilala ko tong taong to, confrontational talaga tong kupal na to eh. Alam yun, di ba? May ganun eh.
Yeah.
May ganun eh. May ganun.
Yeah. Meron talaga.
Yep. So, doon sa mga, yan, since ikaw yung nagbibigay ng impormasyon, and again, ang babalikan ko, mga kaibigan, kayo pong mga listeners, ang babalikan ko po is yung sinabi ni Mark na ang intention niya ay tumulong. It's all in the
Yes.
intention. Di ba, Mark?
Yes. Tama. And for me, I've learned through the years, no. Kasi um I've also learned that okay, your intent might be good, but how you're saying it maybe medyo offensive siya.
Yeah.
So yung time na yun na pinost ko siya, medyo alam ko na yun, medyo alam ko na. So I actually did provide context on why I posted something. It's actually an instructional post, like bullet points na how to do it, like
Mm-hmm.
yung mga tipong develop a hobby, yung mga
Mm-hmm.
ganon, yung
Mm-hmm.
mga simple but doable steps.
Yeah.
And I was kind of bashed for it.
Ang hindi nila masabi is, you know what, para sa'yo, kung ano yung doable para sa'yo, para sa kanila
Oh,
hindi.
yeah.
Not everyone has
Ah,
that strength of mind or that mental fortitude to
yeah.
actually deliver. And actually, this is something that they miss it. You are not serving yourself in the best way.
That's
Diba?
right. Yeah.
Na parang
Yeah.
by doing what you're doing right now, basically, if you're hurt by what I'm
Mhm.
saying, which is something that I did carefully, I crafted this fucking post, right? I crafted it in a way that is not,
Mhm.
it's not going to step on anyone's toes. Pero you still take offense on this? There's nothing I can do for you, my friend. Diba? Minsan ganun na lang ang
Yeah.
sinasagot ko eh. Like, I can't do anything for you. That's it. This is the best that I can
That's
do.
right.
It's not that I'm,
That's right. Yeah.
man, diba? Parang, bro,
Yeah.
help yourself. Help
Yeah.
yourself. There's,
And
there's
that's
level.
just, and buddy, that's just smoking. Iba pa
That's just
yung
smoking.
mga minsan. No, that's just smoking. Iba pa
Yeah.
yung mga political. I mean, usually don't post anything political because
Uh-huh.
I just
Uh-huh.
find no
It's,
value in it.
wala
But
eh.
sometimes I do post. Let's say for example, nung nasa HSBC ako, I've encountered certain personalities in terms of character, yung tipong yung bawat baba ng management na rule, parang the first reaction is reklamo agad. So I
Mhm.
posted something like that. Hey, if you're in a workplace and then you encounter a new mandate by the management, don't freak out. Assess, yung mga ganon, yung nagbibigay ako ng tips, assess, talk to your line manager, and yung mga ganyan. And I was
Nira-rationalize
bashed
mo na
for
nga
it.
eh.
So, Oo.
Nira-rationalize mo na nga eh.
dinadissect dinadissect ko na nga para sa kanila eh. I'm
Bro.
already giving them the thought process. Ganun eh. Tapos nabash
Yes.
pa ako doon sobra.
Ay,
Parang
ay,
oh you
ay.
tapos I remember the post na parang may isang single mom na nag-react. Yung reason niya was totally saliwa dun sa post ko. Oh, you're ano, because the reason why you're posting is because you don't understand the struggles of a single mom.
Huh?
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 What? Sabi ko,
Saan ang
what?
galing yun?
I, no.
Saan ang galing yun?
Exactly. So, yun
Wait,
yung mga ganun mga,
can you provide a bit more context to this? Like,
oh,
what's happening?
I mean, nagtaka talaga
Political
ako.
ba to? Political post?
No, the post about accepting instruction from, let's say kasi 'di ba you sa BPO industry, the only constant is change, right? So there are some times na magbabago
As
yung
with
policies,
as
ganyan.
with all things in
So
life.
that's right.
Yeah.
So there are good decisions, there are bad decisions. Ang issue ko lang naman is that whether it's a good decision or bad decision, may mga tao talaga na kino-confront agad ng reklamo kahit na good decision siya. Parang assess mo muna. Assess the decision. If you're not happy about it, talk to your line manager. If you're not happy, there's what we call the skip level. You can talk to the manager. Ay, may mga ganun. There's already steps established in those types of industries eh.
That's right.
So, hindi ko alam kung saan galing yung I don't understand single mothers. Kasi it was about it was about the provision of daycare. The provision of daycare in HSBC at that time.
Okay.
Oh, it's
Okay.
a provision of that one. So parang hindi ata siya na-approve ganyan kasi due to syempre may mga cost yan, may mga risk in terms of handling children kasi I discovered pala may mga licenses pala
Yeah.
on handling children. So
Yeah.
hindi
Yeah.
siya hindi siya okay at that time na
Mhm.
ma-implement. So ayun, nung nag-post ako noon, I didn't agree to it or I didn't disagree, but I just tried to educate people na, hey, it was actually very general na pag may decision ng company, assess muna natin, let's read through it, assess the rules, and then if you're not happy, talk to your line manager. Tapos yun, na-interpret na siya na I didn't understand single moms and whatnot. So,
Hindi ko eh. Like
layo, sobrang layo.
that's too personal and you know, like I would have sought a little more clarification to that statement. Na parang
Right.
hi, Claudine, Eileen,
Yeah.
what did I not understand? What do I not understand? I'm not a single parent, pero what do I not understand? Help me like shed a little light on that, right? You know, like if you ask that
Here's
question,
Here's the funny thing though,
what's up?
Mike. At that
Mm-hmm.
time, I was already a single parent.
Oh, there
So
you.
I I understood. I understood her position.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
was
Because
already.
not
Yeah.
all. Okay, let's say this for the sake of being fair to everyone listening. Not just because you're a single parent, you understand the undertakings of a single parent in its bluntest sense or in the hardest sense. Pero you are in the same fucking arena.
Right.
You are both single parents, so what am I not getting here? Like the least we can do is clarify, not bump heads against each other.
That's
Diba?
right.
Diba parang yo. My
It was
God.
just I was just playing baseball and then suddenly a hockey player went into the arena.
I know.
What?
Like
What?
we're both hitting freaking balls. Yours is on the ground, mine is up in
Right.
the air. You
Right.
know? Or you know what? We can switch anytime. It's the same freaking motion.
Right.
Diba? It's the same sweeping motion. Okay, that would be ignorant if we actually had hockey players and baseball players listening to this podcast at the same time right now. Pero you guys catch our drift. You guys
Yeah.
understand what we are driving at. Parang this is This is just so absurd. It's just that like people bring things up to be able to disagree with you. It just feels that way sometimes, no?
Right.
It just feels that way sometimes. Na parang, okay, you know what? Like, okay, I'm gonna ask you this. Okay, we're on the topic of asking questions, right? Like, I want
Right.
to pick. We're trying to pick the next topic for Mark Abbott's next video, right?
Yes.
Okay,
All right.
so this is one of the things that has been bugging me myself. You know what I mean? This
Right.
is one of the things that I've developed anxiety, and this is physically manifesting in the form of have you ever this is not on the internet yet, but I'm calling it this term. Have you ever had scrolly eyes?
Scrolly
Yes.
eyes.
Yes, I'm coming up with that term. This is the first time you're hearing about that term because I'm coming up with it. Right? This is
Okay.
how humans should function and not just fucking Google everything. So
Right.
when you're scrolling on your phone, right? You're
Oh,
scrolling on your
right.
phone,
Okay.
right? It's either you do two things, right? Or sorry, three things. Oh no, you two things. Sorry. The first one is you scroll up slowly and then your eyes follow. Whatever fixation points your eyes have on the screen. It could be a letter, it could be a phrase, it could be a
Right.
paragraph, it could be a
Right.
name, it could be a picture. Your eyes follow it, right? Okay. There's a second one. If you're a social media, um, if you're on social media a lot, there's this other thing wherein you scroll so fast that unknowingly your eyes would blur itself out until the screen stops.
Oh.
Diba? Have you ever encountered that? Na parang
Yeah.
diba? If it had a sound, it's either or
Right.
it's
Yeah.
either diba? Right? So
Eto.
your eyes, yep, yep, zip, 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 right? So your eyes cannot follow that motion because your eyes
Right.
are usually moving peripherally, meaning left and
Right.
right, extreme left and extreme right. But up and down, not necessarily because we have our neck for that. We have our neck for that.
That's right.
Moving up, moving down. So when your head is in a stationary in a stationary position, meaning it's not moving. So when you scroll up so quick, na parang brr, 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 what's happening to your eyes? It blurs itself out, and that's what's been happening to my eyes.
Wow.
Yeah. So sabi ko, all right, shit. Kasi 5 or 6 years ago, that's when I started Facebook. Only 5 to 6 years ago. Facebook
Yeah.
has been around for like freaking 11, 12 years,
Yeah.
right? So everyone had a 4 or 3 year head start before I came into it. So I felt like I
Right.
was a late bloomer in terms of this thing. And then here I was, 5, 6 years later, parang iniisip ko na, all right, is this shit worth it? Am I made for this? Because my eyes are giving up. I'm having eye fatigue right now.
Right.
So sabi ko, this might be the end for me. I might just release shit. I might just react to some comments, respond to some comments. But for me to actively participate in social media, I think it's slowly becoming 100% of a no than a yes.
Right.
So, ikaw, like, the only thing that's stopping me, okay, I want to be 100% honest with you, Mark.
Right.
Given what I do, I'm an events
Hmm.
host, I'm a DJ, I'm a voice actor.
Hmm. Hmm.
And you get, if you're on, if you are um, doing any work along those three lines, you have to be visible online. but I'm this close to
Right.
saying I'm this close to
Mm-hmm.
saying fuck it. You're going to have to message me. Not that I'm not trying to be an emperor or something. I'm not trying to be,
Right. Right.
I'm not royalty. Pero please
Mm-hmm.
message me. Reach out to me like
Mm-hmm.
a human being would. Pero the thing that's stopping me is missing out. The fear of missing FOMO. Fear of missing out.
Mm-hmm.
Do you ever feel that way?
Yeah. I do feel that way sometimes, but since you've given clarity on that specific area of social media, I don't think it's too bad, or I think it's going to be even beneficial in terms of, let's say, because you've enumerated who you are. You're an events host. You're you're a DJ. You're a voice actor. So
Yeah.
essentially, you're like what we call an output person. Okay.
Oh.
Yeah, you're an output person. So you're not going to have a problem with that. I'm telling you right now, as early as now.
Holy shit.
That's the advantage. That's the advantage of us being creatives. Okay.
Okay.
Now, the only thing though that's going to potentially stop us is lack of right now in the pandemic. Since we have
Uh-huh.
a lot of free time and we're just staying at home, alam mo yung mga moments na nagpa-ponder ka lang, those are very
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah.
useful in terms of us being an output people or output persons. Okay.
Uh-huh.
Now,
Uh,
going back to social media, kasi if you consume social media, that's input. That's input to follow. For
yeah, you're
example,
right.
for
My
me,
God.
I've already chosen entertainment over social media.
Sorry, Mark. Are you there? We're experiencing a bit of a lag here. Again, ladies and gents, podcasting in the time of Zoom. This is one of the things that you got to live with if you are doing interviews online. So, Mark, are you there?
Hello, Mike.
Oh, sorry. There, I have
There.
you back. Sorry about that. Yeah. I thought I
Where
lost
was
you.
I? Yeah.
So, you were explaining the difference between an output and an input person.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
Just going back to social media. Clearly, that's something that's an input. Okay. So you have to
Okay.
choose what you take in. Um,
Okay.
let's just go with let's say I'll just put myself on the table. I love music. I love band histories.
Uh
I
huh.
love science fiction. So usually that's the only pages that I filter. I mean, I really took time to
Hmm.
filter those pages and those specific people that post about music, um, science fiction, Star Trek, Star Wars, and that's the only thing. And that's really beneficial for me because that's also where I get my inspiration sometimes to do voice and these ideas about vlogging. Right now, I'm into like video editing because for obvious reasons with the vlogging, thinking about transitions. So
Yeah.
that's the things that I listen to right now. In your case though, I see that not a problem. It's not going to be a problem for you. It's not going to be a problem
My
because
gosh.
you're an output person.
Wow.
Creatives are mostly output person. Yeah.
Holy shit.
So it
Alam
doesn't
mo,
matter.
yeah. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, go on, go on.
Because what you're sharing with us right now is actually something I personally find scary because I've never been untethered from the internet so fully. Like you have your
Mhm,
detox, digital detox sessions every now and then.
mhm.
But for me to actually get off social media and have just
Right.
people message me, sabi ko, you're the very first person who's giving me hope and
Wow.
telling me that yes, you're the first person who said that you're an output person, and I see it scares me that I see 100% sense in that.
Right.
I'm not saying that I'm the best person. I'm just saying yeah, you're right. In terms of my personality and what I do, everything is
Hmm.
in an
Yeah.
outward motion. So that's
Right.
output. So, but I'm fucked. Mark is right. Like I'm having this
Yeah.
this epiphany right now. This is an epiphany for me.
Yeah.
Na parang
So to
Mark is
put it
right.
more in because you mentioned about being the tether, right? Okay.
Yeah.
So imagine yourself this entity, the social media entity,
Uh huh.
and there's like this wire, this tether to you.
Uh huh.
Okay. So what happens in a wire? There's incoming and outgoing, right?
Right.
So it's just a matter of cutting the incoming tether, the incoming wire,
Mm-hmm.
and then just put that wireless antenna on top of you just in case you need something to input to, but not always or all the time. You'll
Ah,
be getting a lot of garbage from social media. But
it's
if you just
true.
put on, like an occasional signal, let's say, for example, you decide on this day, okay, I want to know what's happening in, let's say, in the band scene. So I get on, I intentionally, that's the key word right there, intentionally search for the
Intentionally.
artists that I love. What are they doing? I mean, are they still alive? So those are what you feed on, and eventually Facebook would recognize that you like what we were discussing, the algorithm. So
Yeah.
you're
Yeah.
searching for all these bands, and eventually your news feed will stop showing you what used to stress you now would be a source of inspiration
Ah,
in a matter of speaking. So that's what happened to me. I mean, it used to be, I used to have really unrelated posts about uh, politics and all these things that I'm really not into. And then I started to filter the content of my news feed. So it's I know it would take time. It would take time. But just to encourage you, Mike. No, I think you're an output person, so I don't think you're gonna have a problem with that.
and
That's my realization this pandemic because
yeah.
you know I am an output person. Yes, I do have a work. I do have work here, still connected with my company,
Yeah.
but I'm an output person. So I have a lot of things to say. I have to put it on paper, eventually on the screen, eventually in audio, and the editing and the graphics are just
You
like
just yeah.
yeah, output. We're
You just know
that's
you're
what
gonna
I
do it. You're gonna put it out
yeah,
anyway.
exactly,
Okay.
exactly,
Holy
yeah,
shit. Holy shit. Okay. 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 All right. You're introducing to me a totally different and totally appealing perspective about it. I don't know, man. I'm glad I'm having this
yeah,
conversation with you because if you look at my Facebook profile, you'd say uh, a lot of people would it's not that I'm comparing, pero
yeah,
I am a private figure,
right,
a figure that is private. Not a lot of people would use the figure with the word private. You know what I mean?
right,
So So parang sa akin, if you're here, that's me telling you in 2 words na listen, whatever I put here is, between me and you. It's not supposed unless I put it on public, which I'm
Right.
sure if you are my friend, you would know that I am conscious enough to actually be mindful of my privacy settings. Parang, wow. Pero, okay. Wow.
Yeah.
This is, I think, one of the epiphanies that I've had in this podcast just by talking to people. Like smart people who actually know the difference between input people and output people. So, with that being this established, right? Who has the short end of the straw in this scenario? Parang 5 years from now, how are the input people going to be like and how are the output people going to be like? Are they going to be reaping the benefits? Sorry, who is going to be reaping the benefits? And who is actually going to suffer the short end of the stick? Like, are you there?
Yeah. Got
Yeah, bad.
disconnected.
Yeah, we
Can you hear
did, we
me?
did. Yeah, I can hear
Yeah.
you
Okay.
loud and clear. Ayun. So, which one did you catch and which one did you? Yeah,
Oh, just about everything.
yeah,
Your reply. Yeah.
yeah. Okay. So, who's gonna have the upper hand? Because there's no saying who's gonna win. Like, absolutely, no one's gonna win and no one's gonna
Right.
lose. This is a
Right.
wheel. But 5 years down the line, like who is going to have the upper hand and who's going to have the short end of the stick? Is it the input people who are eventually going to overwhelm us by sheer numbers, or the output people who is going to put out evidence, content, sense, um, thought provoking concepts? Like, how is that going to pan out? What do you think?
Okay. Well, for me, because especially if well, first and foremost, you have to. Well, it's something that I came to terms with myself that I wanted to start the vlog
Uh huh. I think we lost him again. Hold on. Hold on.
that
Give me. There we go.
people need constant reminders. Okay, so in terms of let's say for me, I'm not afraid of repeating my content.
Yeah.
I'm really not afraid of doing that because um, people need that. People can sometimes forget
Yeah.
basic concepts, basic just simply how to treat people because we're human. Sometimes our emotions can get the best of us, and hindi naman sa paulit-ulit, pero people need that. People sometimes need correction. People sometimes need a reminder, and
Yeah.
people sometimes need a little bit of spanking, um,
True.
so to speak.
True.
So, um, to answer your question, I don't think we're gonna run out of ideas because there will always be something something of value to help other people, whether it might be, well, for me, if you check my channel, I'm purely focused on the things that I like in terms of food, culture, technology, parenting, and music. Okay, so
Wow.
a lot of those, there's a
That's a
lot to
very
be talked about.
interesting mix.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, going to the subject of parenting, because I really want, for me, what worked for me and my son is that the authority is still there, that
Mm-hmm.
I'm his father, I'm his papa, but I treat him like my best friend because I'm looking at the long term. Kasi kung, let's say, for example, I have nothing against with the method of palo and
Yeah.
whatnot. Ako, laki ako sa palo eh.
So am
But
I.
for me, yeah, but for me, I think that as a father, I wanted to have that connection more. So in my son is into Minecraft, and for me, I know I'm gonna offend a lot of people who love Minecraft. I just don't get the I just don't get why they're so
it's
into the pixelized things.
it's
Okay,
digital Lego.
okay, yeah, but
Yeah.
uh, I play for it, and then after 2 seconds, I get bored easily. Okay,
Oh
so yeah,
shit.
so I try to get into it because that's what he's into.
Uh-huh.
And then if as a father, because you can't expect your son or your child to bridge the gap for you, it has to be you as a parent to bridge that gap between you and your child. So
Yeah.
if you take down that gap and be intentional as a parent to get into what is into, as long as it's not harming him or her,
Yeah,
your
yeah.
child,
Yeah.
get what he's into, and then you'll be surprised how your relationship will improve.
Yeah.
And it's the same thing with people. It's the same thing how you treat with people. Let's
Mm-hmm.
say for example, you know for yourself that you're like a walking encyclopedia in the office, okay,
Mm-hmm.
and
Mm-hmm.
then you
In the office.
encounter
Yeah.
in the office, okay,
Uh-huh.
and so you encounter someone who smart shames. It's quite a difficult task to bridge the gap for someone who's knowledgeable and someone who's smart shames.
Yeah.
But you being the knowledgeable one, okay, you should know better, and the actual intent of bridging that gap should come just for the fact that you know better. Okay, you
Wow.
have all these knowledge, you have your experiences with other people, so be kind. Number one is be kind. Just be kind to everyone, even if they're not kind to you. Just
Mm-hmm.
still be kind, treat them with respect, because the moment that you fall to their trap, that you treat them the same way as you're being treated wrongly, then you've just
That's
given up.
pain.
Yeah, you've
You're
just
just
given up.
transferring pain.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So number one, just be kind.
Galing, galing.
You're gonna be hurt, sure, fine, you're gonna be hurt, but don't forget your core qualities, and your core skills, your core character.
Your compassion,
Yeah,
which is which
compassion
is
as
which
well.
is a
Yeah.
core competency for any human being. Any
Yeah,
human being is capable
any
of
human being.
compassion, but also decision, thus, sorry, aka free will, is something that we practice in the wrong basket. If, like, in my opinion, parang it's wrong for people. Like, okay, if you give, kunyari, may manlilimos dun sa kotse, di ba? Nanlilimos, tapos
Mm,
nag-spray siya nung solution niya dun sa, nung panlinis
yeah,
niya dun sa dashboard mo. He starts cleaning
yeah,
it, but you
right.
notice the strokes of this guy. Like, like there's work in that. There's work in that.
That's right.
You try that shit, di ba? Tapos
I'm gonna
nun,
be
yeah.
yeah, I'm gonna be honest with you. I used to like be really, irritated with that.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Really irritated. Like, ano ba naman to? Ano ba, ba't hindi
Kakapalinis ko lang
nalilinis?
eh.
Oo. But again, I have my wife to be credited for that. She, ever since we got married, like almost 2 years ago, she taught me number one is giving tips. Let's say yung mga grab delivery,
Yeah,
yung mga
yeah.
tipong mga 20 pesos, minsan nga 50 pinapabigay sa akin. I used to contest that to her like, "Ha, binayaran na nga natin eh, 'di ba? Binayaran natin."
Yeah,
But you'll
yeah.
never know what kind of help you would bring to that person if you give him that extra. So, good on. Just treat people with kindness.
And you're checking yourself. Like it's different when when you start checking
Right.
yourself. Na parang,
Right.
fuck, man, shit. How is she? Like, this is a woman whom I've been with for X amount of years. And
Right.
like there's a difference. Well, there's a difference in practice here. So there's a difference in virtue. There's a difference in morals, right?
Right.
So parang fuck. What is she? It's either of two things. Like she's getting something that you're not, or I'm not getting something that she's getting. You know what I mean?
Right.
So parang, "Tangay na, what the heck? What the heck? Like, how has it been with Joanne? Kasi you strike me as a guy who is somewhat hard on himself to a certain extent that
Right.
it actually affects positive change long term kahit na
Oh
standalone
yeah.
ka lang. Kahit na standalone ka lang. Pero sometimes, like you said, we men, grown ass men, even grown ass men need spanking
Oh yeah,
from women,
definitely.
'di ba, upside the head. And this is totally cerebral. This is totally
Hmm.
mental. Na
Right.
parang they don't have to put a finger on us. It's just like, wow, what does this I'm sure may mga gabi na you'd go na, what does this woman know, have, want, desire, think about that
Hmm.
I don't? What is it that I'm missing? Na parang,
Right.
diba? Like, how is Joanne like? Like,
Yeah.
she's a chef, bro. Like,
Yeah.
yo, how big of a heart does she have?
Yeah.
Galing.
Well, I'm really I'm gonna be biased because obviously
It's your
she's
wife.
my wife,
Yeah.
and it's just that she it's just that she grew up in I see that with her father, just like that pure selfless character. Um, I I I, I can't really explain it further because that's just what it is. Um, here's an example.
Yeah.
Joanne grew up in an environment that before she even says that she wants something, her father already bought it for her. Not that she's a spoiled brat, but it's just that her father is so thoughtful,
She
very
got it.
thoughtful. I mean,
So she got it from her dad
and her mom.
and her mom.
They're yeah,
Holy shit.
and
You're in trouble, my friend.
yeah, I know. So for
Yeah.
me, that's a totally new concept because I grew up in an environment that you have to ask nicely. Which there's nothing wrong with it, but it's just that I'm not used to it. They're
Who made
that's
you
just how
believe?
they're.
Who
Yeah.
made you believe that concept? Na parang, okay, all you have to do is ask nicely, but you don't have to overdo it. Like, who made you
Right.
think along those lines? Is it your dad, your tito, your mom, your tita, like
Well, for
one of
me,
your siblings?
it's my mom and dad. Okay.
Ah,
You
okay.
have to ask nicely, but don't be too conservative. Like I've had some chances when I was a kid that I had the chance to buy any game, any game that I could think of, and in anything that I could think of
Yeah.
in that computer shop.
Yeah.
But since that person was like someone who's visiting from overseas, but I was too shy, so I only asked one game. That was Red Alert. I only asked one game,
Command and
and then
conquer. Yeah.
yeah, Command and Conquer Red Alert.
Yeah.
And then after that, it was my brother's turn. So my brother, being I don't know, kapal ng muka, so
Yeah. No, he
nagpabili
was
siya
just
sobrang
Para he
daming
was just
Lego.
exercising his right. He was just
Exactly.
yeah,
And
yeah.
then pinagalitan ako ng parents ko, "Oh, why didn't
Stop him.
you why didn't you ask for more?" Kasi
Ah,
hindi ka naman binigyan ng limit eh kasi I was not given a limit. So I was limiting myself.
wow.
So
Wow.
I
Wow.
kasi parang
Wow.
I was shy to the point na, "Oh, it's okay. I'll just get this Red Alert game." just this one. And then that person is actually a high-ranking official in Indonesia.
Wow.
So um, they visited here, their family, friends with us, and then she said that you can get anything. I chose red alert. How about this one? You want more? No, it's okay. It's okay. I'm good with this one. I'm good with this one.
Wow.
And yeah, I missed out on it. So
Well, okay. Um, you know about instant gratification and delayed gratification.
right. Yeah.
Um, see, what if, sige, let's look at what you've done. Muna, what
Right.
you've actually done. Nung time na yon, the narrative is you could have gotten more, but you
Right.
just weren't aware. But what if you did? If you
You
did,
know,
yeah, go
I
ahead.
was aware. I
Okay,
was
you
aware.
were okay. You were aware.
Yeah. I
You
was
didn't.
aware. Yeah.
Okay, you didn't. See, yung respeto ko sa'yo nag-triple, pare. Kasi,
I wow. Thank you.
hindi, seryoso kasi, I was a spoiled brat myself. In a way.
Right.
In a way. So, not everyone recovers from that phase. You know what
Right.
I mean? You've seen na kaidaran natin, kaidaran mo, kaidaran ko na who never recover from that phase. They're just perpetually stuck in the phase wherein they have to get what they want in the
Right.
quantity that they want it.
Yes, that's
Right.
right.
So if you stopped yourself consciously, because you know while there's enough to go for everybody, you don't want to hoard it, right? You don't
That's
want
right.
to.
Yeah.
You don't want to. You don't want to. Ano, build the iron around the dam,
Right.
so to speak. You don't want to. You don't want to iron the dam. So, ang nangyari was, okay, I'm good with this. So there's enough to actually go for everybody else, including the people who are actually paying for it,
Right.
which is totally discounted 100% of the time. 100% of the time. No one thinks about the person who pays for the shit,
Right.
right?
Yes.
So you gave them a little wiggle room. I mean, up to this point, I mean, all we know is kung ano yung ginagawa nila back then, but we
Hmm.
didn't know how stuck they were in their ways. Now that's number one. Number two, we didn't actually know if they were wealthy or broke because
Right. Yeah.
everyone in that era, almost everyone, like 98% of them, acted like they were earning a lot more than they actually did.
Hmm.
So, as a kid, I could not give a lesser fuck. I could not give a lesser fuck. Like,
Right.
yo, I've got Red Alert, I've got StarCraft, I've got this, I've got that game. Like, tangina, gusto ko yung Counter Strike. Give me that CD.
Hmm.
You could have
At
gone
that time, Descent. I really wanted
Descent.
that game, Descent.
Fuck, man. And
I
those
really
were
wanted
actually
that game.
great games.
And that was the game that was offered to me on top of
Ah,
Red Alert.
oh my.
But alam mo yun yung ano, yung nahiya lang ako kasi nga parang, huh, she's gonna spend this much for
Yep,
me?
yep,
Um,
yep.
nakakahiya.
So, so ayun, pare. Parang my point is this. Let me get to it real quick. I'll make it real quick. Um, instant gratification would have been you getting all of those games and then feeling bad afterwards because some years later, how old are you now? I'm 37. I just turned 37 several days ago, like about a week ago.
Going, oh, belated happy birthday.
Thank you.
Um,
Thank you.
I'll be turning 36 this September
God
7.
damn, you don't look 36. You do not look 36, my friend. Um, so we're almost, yeah, you're what, 84, 85,
84.
84? All right.
Yeah.
I think you're one of the few 84s I know. But yeah, I'm 83. So it, some of these, the residue emotions that you
Right.
process, because
Right.
this scenario is still fresh in your mind
Oh yeah.
at 36. How old were
Oh
you when
yeah.
you had, diba? So this is still fresh. So parang you could be feeling the residue effect of that decision
Right.
at what? You were like what? 10, 12, 16,
Um
18? I don't know.
no, that was I think 13,
13. There we go.
13, 14. Yeah.
There we go. You could be feeling that right now. Na parang, yeah, you know what? One of the things I feel shitty about is this instance where we went to this toy store and then we got Red Alert and Descent, and like shit, that shit is worthless now. Na parang, I'd still play the games. I'd still download them through torrent. I still have them on a fucking hard drive.
Right.
Pero like the money that I must have cost them is something that just bothers my conscience on a daily basis. Like, diba? It could be like that.
Right.
But right now,
Yeah.
you're telling me a totally different story, which is, you know what? I had restraint. I had control of that situation. And I
Right.
let everyone get their piece of the pie. I was gracious. Diba? So parang, wow.
Right. Yeah.
Yun pare. That's it for me.
Oh,
Di ba sabi ko, ang galing ni Mark. Ang galing ni Mark. So sorry, that was the point that I was trying to drive towards all this time. And that's why I have this much respect for you. You know what I mean?
thank you,
Like,
man.
that's a
Thank you.
man. That's
Yeah.
a man right there.
Thank
Could have
you.
been like, bro, you could have grown up a brat anyway.
Oh yeah. There was an opportunity because prior to like going to that computer computer shop or computer store, um I mean, it was just the works. We
Saan kayo
had
nagpunta?
a car. We had. I'm sorry.
Saan kayo nagpunta nun? Do you remember the store?
Shangri-La.
Sa
Yeah,
Shang.
Shangri-La. Data
Okay.
Blitz. Punta kami Data Blitz. So I
Yeah.
mean, the it was the works. A car was rented for the day. There was the driver, and it was just me, my brother, and that family friend of ours. And then, okay, this day is for you guys. Wherever you want to eat, whatever restaurant it is, and then we'll buy anything you want for the day. Anything, and we ate at that time. Parang bago pa ata yung TGI Fridays. So we ate
Oh yeah.
TGI Fridays, and it was just the works. I mean, I think we over, no, it was not us who ordered, but it was her. So she ordered for like 10 people. And
Jesus Christ.
well, for, so
Jesus Christ.
imagine
And
there were
imagine how
pizza. Yeah.
small you were at 13.
Yeah.
I
And my
mean,
brother. Yeah.
diba? For 10 people?
So yeah, for 10, I think for 10 people, I think we had the table for ourselves. And then
Wow.
yeah, it was just a
A long
feast, and
a
then
long table for yourselves.
a long table for
Yeah.
ourselves, yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Because we have to where's the food gonna fit, right? So
Yep, yep,
it
yep.
has to be it has to be a long table.
Oh my
So
gosh.
every shop we just to give you an idea, this of this family friend of ours, every car that she sees on the road, oh, when I get back to Indonesia, I'll buy that. And she was not kidding. Like
She actually bought
literally,
it.
she was actually going to buy it
Wow.
cash.
Who was the rich one? Was it the guy or
Um,
the girl? Or both?
it no, it was just a girl. It was we
Oh
call
wow.
her Mommy Dina. She's the parent of well, her one of her sons is was here in the Philippines, and then just doing some getting exposed to the work environment here in the Philippines, and actually stayed in our house for quite a few months before getting a place of his own. So as a gratitude, um, Mommy Dina went here, and then just had that day that, okay, you boys, anything you want.
Wow. Mommy Dina, if you're listening, hi, my name is
Yeah.
Mike. I'm Mark's friend. I
Wow.
usually shop off Lazada. So the
Nowadays.
yeah,
Lazada.
the things there are pretty discounted. Like if you need anything, like let me know. Let me know, Tita Dina. Tita Dina, thank you so much for
Tita.
being so gracious with your friends' children, and I hope to meet you one day. they're in Indonesia, Malaysia. Is that what you said?
Indonesia. Yeah.
Indonesia. Okay.
I think she's
Okay.
in the at the time when I was a kid, I think she was with like the finance department of the government, like
Gotcha.
high ranking. Yeah, high
Okay.
ranking. I'm not familiar how their government works, but yeah, somewhere in the finance department.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, we should be. I don't know. Like, I don't blame you. I don't blame you for not knowing their governmental structure because we should be giving more of a fuck in the Philippines. Yo,
Yeah,
I wanted to ask you things like
sure.
from the time that you were doing these voices for your family and for your friends, parang has that grown in any way? I mean, has that part or that aspect of your life experienced growth in some way? Can you tell me
It
about it?
did. Yeah, it did. Starting as a kid, and then obviously when I hit puberty, I had a lower voice. So the voices that I did when I was a kid, for once I hit puberty, oh my goodness, I can hit this voice now because I have, my tone is deeper, so I can do this voice.
Uh,
So privately, I mean, not practicing with technique because at that time there was, no, YouTube instructional videos on
yeah,
how to
no formal
project your
training.
voice.
Yeah,
That's right, yeah.
yeah.
For diaphragm training and some, but I did practice it privately. So I watched movies and then I would pause it and then just get into character privately.
Hmm.
And then when the time arises that I get a chance to watch the movie with my family, with my brother, we would like like trade off lines from that specific scene
Your
and
brother is
then
pretty
just
cool
laugh
too,
about it.
no?
Oh yeah, definitely. Most of the movies that we watch together is Coming to America.
Oh,
Coming to America. I
my
mean, I
sweet
was
brother
just
Noomse. Yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
I guess I was just fascinated with the fact that Eddie Murphy was doing a lot of these characters, and he does them so well. He even played a white guy there.
He did. He
He did in the
did.
barber
Holy
shop, and he
shit.
pulled it off.
Yeah, yeah. He was one of the people who used not prosthetics, like the face. I keep forgetting this. I keep forgetting the term for that shit. Pero yung makeup, that
Yeah.
kind of makeup to make you actually look white, because
Oh.
that's what Dave Chappelle used in his skits after coming to America.
Oh, right.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Nice, nice.
Because like Dave Chappelle came a lot later on. Nutty Professor pa lang. Dun pa lang sumikat si Dave Chappelle. Nutty Professor 1. Yeah, that's the one.
Right.
That's the one. Shit. Yeah, oh my god, coming to America. Eddie
Coming to
Murphy.
America.
Eddie Murphy and Arsenio Hall. Oh
Yeah,
my
Eddie.
gosh.
Yeah. And one of the funny scenes in that movie was, and what we would emulate or like recreate the scene is, I'm not sure if you're familiar with the scene. It was in the Black Awareness Week scene that there's this reverend, the over the top reverend played by Arsenio Hall. So
Yeah.
his voice was just, there's a God somewhere. When I look at these
Yeah.
ladies,
Yeah.
when I look at these ladies for the Black Awareness Week, I feel good. I feel good because I know there's a God somewhere. You know, it's just, it was just fascinating because I can't believe that this guy, Arsenio Hall, with this type of voice, has differentiated himself to that
Guy that
reverend,
we
so to
know.
speak.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Oh my goodness, he's
Like
such
he
a
can actually be
genius.
someone else.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it's a very those are very subtle differentiations from the guy that we know. Na parang, whoa, holy shit! He can actually do
Yeah.
that? Like, yeah, 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 yeah.
That's right.
Galing, 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 galing. Oh my god. Oh, Soul Glow.
Yeah.
Let your soul.
So- oh man, I can't hit that note. I think I think the point of that ad, and I'm really sure that Eddie Murphy had creative input in that
Oh
movie.
yeah, he did.
They wanted that ad to be like so irritating and over the top just to
It
make a
was
point.
it was cultural appropriation done by the blacks
Right,
themselves.
right, yeah,
Ang
because of
ina,
the
di
curly
ba?
hair, the curly
Yeah.
hair.
Yeah, like okay. Did you hear about people trying to cancel RDJ, Robert Downey Jr., for his role
Mhm.
in Tropic Thunder?
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yes, sabi ko, all right. What about the Wayans brothers, plural,
Right,
for white chicks?
right. I don't get it actually.
How do you like these people were having a back and forth in that era, which
Right,
was probably this whole cancellation, this whole cancel program
right,
was brought forward by a millennial, right? I'm a millennial, but
right.
he or she is probably a late millennial who is most likely an activist as well for reasons that we'll talk about. We can talk about later. Pero there was a phase in Hollywood history wherein
Mhm.
they were having a little back and forth. Parang, yeah, you know
Right,
what? The whites can play blacks and the blacks can play whites.
right.
They did not catch wind of that conversation, my friend. Parang, yo, like the minorities, Mexicans, fucking Chinese, Asians. I'm not saying minorities, but everyone
Right.
in that minority cluster, the Filipinos, Malaysians, Indians, Japanese, Singaporeans, if you can call them that.
Yeah.
Everyone who was Oriental. That was the word for that
Right.
back then. This was the early 90s, and they were still calling us Oriental. Mangina, di ba? They were still
Yeah.
calling us Oriental. Like,
Right.
bro,
Yeah.
not like, yo, I don't have chinky eyes, do I? Fuck,
No.
I look more like a Chicano more than anyone, like more
Right.
more than any like minority.
Right.
So, they did not get the narrative at that particular era, wherein RDJ was playing I forget his fucking name. He was playing a dude disguised as a dude disguised as another dude. Diba? That
Right.
was the
Yeah.
line for Lazarus. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. I had to.
Lazarus.
Yeah, that was his last name as an actor in that movie. And this guy was already accomplished. RDJ
Right.
at that time, even
Yeah.
though he was in rehab, he was being brought out of rehab for a music video with Elton John.
I didn't know that. Really?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that.
I
Wow.
the love I want love. That's the song.
Okay. Gotta
I
search
want
that
love.
up.
You got to search that. He was brought out of rehab for that. So Elton John had to bribe that rehab facility to let him out for just 2 days. And this is ano to hatid sundo ah. Parang
Wow.
you know what? Let me borrow him for 8 to 12 hours. Parang 8 to 12 hours. Parang okay. How much are you paying us? Yeah, well, I'm gonna pay you. I don't know, $1.2 million. I'm not. But yeah, can we work along those lines? But yeah, so on and
Yeah.
so forth. Yeah, so yeah, that's what he did. He brought
Yeah.
out RDJ. Of course, he gave him fucking drugs, right? Because they're both into the same
Yeah.
substances.
Right.
But like RDJ was that big of a deal to
Right.
actually say na parang I can get out of here, get paid, and you get paid too. You get paid too. The people who are actually doing like rehab on me right now, they get paid too. Shit, more than I do. But just let me out. I'm cool with everything. Just let me out. Ganun. So, ang galing eh. Like, it's like,
Yeah.
holy shit. They missed that whole narrative. And the Wayans brothers actually picked up after Eddie Murphy. They
Right.
did.
Yeah.
They did. They did. It was a whole lineage of culture bearing films that did not get the appropriation that people are placing them under right now.
Hmm.
Parang it's for the people right now, for the new folks in this world. Welcome
Yeah.
to Earth, by the way. If you're 18
Yeah.
years old, welcome to Earth.
Yeah.
Um, like you should really follow the narrative if you are going to go
Right.
mainstream. If you don't want to go mainstream, I mean, fucking follow Lars von Trier or fucking Richard Linklater for all I care. Like, pero if you are going to present an argument within these lines, know what you're talking about, because this is the, not a lot of people understand this, but the nightmare is not winning or losing an argument. The nightmare is an argument lasting forever.
Right.
And we can go all day,
Yeah.
my friend.
That's
It's
right.
just,
Yeah.
yeah,
You
you
know,
can go all day.
our a- actually for in that perspective, when it comes to RDJ's performance in Tropic Thunder,
Yeah.
the first time I saw it, number one, I didn't know it was RDJ. Okay, first time I saw it because
Oh,
I was just into that movie for Ben Stiller, who
oh, me
because I'm
too.
a big fan.
Me
I'm a big
too.
fan of. And then who's this guy? I mean, who's
Tsaka,
this guy?
bro, Les Grossman is fucking
Yeah,
Tom Cruise.
yeah, I know. Yeah,
Yeah, okay, cool.
so I was into like the whole group. Jack Black was there, but I
Yeah.
wasn't really sure about this black guy. I'm not sure
Who is he?
who this who was this? And then I find out it's RDJ. And and then later to find out that he was nominated for an Oscar for that specific role. So
After he won one. Yeah.
I don't understand where is this entering is coming from.
Neither do I.
Because if you just solely focus on the art, on the amount of work that he put into, I'm sure you know, him being this character didn't just come like that. I'm sure he can do it, but
Yeah.
there's rehearsal involved, time
Script,
involved in
table reading. Yeah.
developing that character, practicing. I'm sure there was. So if people would just focus on the art and the hard work that he put into that, there should be nothing negative to be said
It should be enough to
if it's just
justify it.
me.
No, it's
Right.
what you're saying is the truth for me, because number one, the only people who are um, criticizing what you're doing is are the people who are actually doing less than what you're doing. That's a default in life.
Right. Right.
So,
Yeah.
I mean, like the people who are doing more than you are too busy doing more, right? They
Yeah.
can't criticize. They're
You
busy.
know, Mike, what you're saying,
Yeah.
it's not just an opinion of yours. Um, like what you said, it's a default in life. I can attest to that because it's all around us. It's all around
It
us.
is.
If you really, it's just that I don't have the time, but whenever I see a moment and when you really scrutinize the people who are doing the criticism, I mean, just for context, in the line of work of my wife, um, not everyone would like her creations, but those that because there's two types of criticisms. One criticism is more on the bashing side, one is constructive. So the ones who are doing the bashing side, based on our observation,
Yeah.
they don't even really have the credentials to do so. So
They don't. They don't. They just know a bit of here and there, but they don't know everywhere.
that's right.
Does your wife have a page that I can like?
Um,
Maybe so.
on right now, no, but we do have a shameless plug, a business now called the Young Gourmet.
Okay. The Young Gourmet.
Yeah, the Young Gourmet. So
Okay.
we sell beef tapa, garlic,
Ah. Oh
and
shit.
spicy, and frozen fruits. All the
The
berries,
Young.
blueberries, strawberries.
Okay. Gourmet. Ah. Okay. Opens at 9 a.m. Mark Dwayne Tantioco Abbott has been here.
Oh, obviously.
Well, yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. So it's got right now, ladies and gentlemen, to everyone who's listening right now, please go to the Young Gourmet on Facebook. That's all you have to type in, and then you'll see TYG, right? So that's the
Yeah,
logo, and then you'll see delicious tapa right there, staring you in the face. And then
yeah,
when you go to photos, right? It's got a lot of berries, right? And
yeah,
then and then you scroll down, it's got some packets. It's got okay, three. Oh my god, I'm getting some for tomorrow. Can I get some for tomorrow?
yeah.
Ooh my god, this looks delicious. 500 grams, 340 per pack. And it's got the number on there 0995 854 9997. One more time 0995 854 9997. They deliver in either garlic or spicy, depends on what your palate is feeling like on that particular time of the day. You can go for either one or both. That would make
Yep,
either one of them or both of them really happy. So please go for the Young Gourmet. Yeah, buddy. Oh my
yeah.
God, look at this stuff.
And if
Isn't
you're
it neat?
familiar,
Yep. Yep.
if, Mike, if you're familiar with the cafe Paper Moon, are you
Yes,
familiar
I
with
am.
that?
Yes, I am.
Paper
We
Moon,
order
yeah.
crepes.
Uh,
I used to go there
my
for the crepes all the time.
oh really?
Yeah.
It's my wife who made it. Yeah,
Holy fucking hell. Are you
yeah.
serious?
She used to be the R&D manager for um, Paper Moon.
That's research and development, ladies and gents. Read up.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So So, wow, she came up with all of that? Like,
Yeah.
what is her involvement in
I
there?
mean, my
No, no,
involvement. Oh, her
her
involvement.
involvement. Yeah, yeah. Joanne, we're
Okay.
talking about you
Well,
now.
okay, yeah. Um, the concept came from Japan, from this person called Madame Emi Wada. Okay,
Emi
she's the
Wada.
creator of yeah Emi Wada,
Emi
and she's the
Wada.
creator of the what we call the mill crepe. Mill because it's like a thousand layers. Mill crepe.
Oh,
Okay,
okay.
and then when it was time for Paper Moon to be launched, obviously would appeal to Filipinos.
Yeah.
So it was assigned to her, or it was for her task to develop, the these flavors, ube. What were the other flavors?
That's tough.
Mango, yeah, because they didn't have those flavors in Japan, so they had
Ah,
to. So
they have to
imagine
crepize it.
crepe pie, yeah, crepe pie.
I know.
No,
Like,
I don't know.
yeah, I know. I'm sorry. I'm
So
sorry
they
for lack of a better term. Yeah.
so she developed these flavors, and guess who was the taste tester?
Ah.
So you'll have an
Okay.
idea where the weight gain is coming from.
Holy shit, she's feeding you that much.
Yeah,
Oh my god, she is motivation enough to fucking work out, bruh. Oh my god.
yeah,
Fuck. If my, like, bruh, if my fiance was feeding me that much, Jesus Christ. Holy shit. She came up with the paper moon. Fucking hell, man. That's all you had to
yeah,
say. That's all you had to say. That's all you had to
yeah,
say. Tangina. Bro. Okay. All right, cool. Okay. Okay. Like, how is Joanne now?
Oh, she's
Like, is she good? Like, how is she coping with this um with this quarantine, with this lockdown?
see again going back to, because a lot of people are um, highlighting the negatives of the quarantine. Okay,
Yeah.
for us as a as a married couple, well, her specifically, because after Paper Moon, she became the head chef, or the chef for another cafe in
Uh-huh.
Podium.
Uh-huh.
And then obviously due to the lockdown, it sparked that drive within her to create the Young Gourmet. The Young Gourmet, fun fact, is her email address back when I think she was in high school. So we were thinking of a name, and then what would be the a good name for a brand, that would speak home
Uh-huh.
to to people. Yeah. So the Young Gourmet, we came up with it, and then ever since the lockdown, that has been what she's focused on,
Right.
and just developing and taking advantage of her skill
Yeah, yeah.
as a chef. So yeah,
Yeah.
but she wanted to make it simple. Something, obviously people nowadays just want simple food, and then not everyone can, or not everyone would want to eat something that's complicated, say in a fancy restaurant. But that's the reason why we chose beef tapa. So that, but the beef tapa is special in terms of the cut and her own recipe as well. So it amazes me how she comes up with those recipes, in her head, and it's just mind-boggling sometimes,
Well,
because I can live with pancit canton and skyflakes. That's good enough for me. But for her to think of something to eat, and how to create things in a scientific way, because she uses this weighing scales and all these measurements and stuff. It's just not me, you know. And it's amazing if you see it in action.
and this is what separates her from the rest of us. It's because there is a science to it for her. As
Yeah.
what we would treat as an everyday thing, for her,
Hmm.
there's a science to it. Like
That's right.
Joanne,
Yeah.
great props going out to you. Great respect, and thank you so much for making such great food. Shit. Fudge, man. Like, this is something like, okay, this is something that's been so underrated, right? Like, we would not have the urges that we have now if we were not under quarantine, or if we were not on lockdown.
Right.
Pero ngayon, like, especially, this is when your personal expertise in terms of your self-professed, for example, you have a liking for the camera, parang putang ina dito mo apply. 'Di ba? Parang galing. Picture mo,
Mm-mm.
'tong pagkain. Picture mo tong walis tambo. Tangina anything, right?
Right.
Doon pumapasok yun. And if you have good enough execution, it doesn't have to be great because even the bigger, not all of them, okay, not all of them, but the big companies who have or availed of mediocre photography can be rivaled by the simpletons. Tayo. They can be
Yeah.
rivaled. They have leveled, the quarantine has leveled the playing field because, like, okay, you're not being paid for that. Like, okay, so what's your motivation? My motivation is to fucking survive. All
Right.
right. So I
Yeah.
have I have a Canon with me. I'm gonna take fucking pictures of this shit. Yeah. Pero ikaw, you
Yeah.
have a Canon. Would you use it if you were not paid? Because it's
Right.
not just a matter of principle. It's also a matter of, sige, let's move it down. It's also a matter of habit. Parang,
Right.
what do you use it for?
That's
Diba?
right.
Like, if you have a Canon and I have a GoPro, right? Canon definitely has a better quality in terms of taking pictures. GoPros are just wider, right?
Right.
But it has almost like nasa editing yan pare ko. And listen, you would not believe the number of people who have learned editing since the beginning of the quarantine.
Right. And
No, wait.
editing, going to the subject of editing.
Yeah.
I have just been immersed with it for the past few months,
Yeah.
and just seeing the output of the videos. It's really true that hard work pays off. Um, so yeah,
It does.
there's a lot of resources. There's a lot. It's just that there's an abundance of information out there in terms of if you want to develop yourself in whichever area, whatever area it is, whether it's be cooking, creating videos, editing photos. There's a lot. The only danger, though, or the only thing that it should be like put in control is that because there's a lot of information going on, there's a lot of tutorials out there. You have to narrow down um, who you're going to listen to, what type of channel you're going to watch regularly. If you're watching instructional videos, I know
Mm.
you're watching videos, but hey, it wouldn't hurt if you have a pen and paper and actually write down those good points, even
Yeah.
if you're watching a video from your mobile phone.
Yeah, for sure.
So
For sure.
just treat it as like a classroom. And kaya nga, it's really good that for us output people
Yeah.
and for the listeners who can be potential output people as well.
Uh-huh.
Um, this lockdown is for us creatives and aspiring
Yeah.
creatives is somewhat a privilege because we are given a lot of time to develop ourselves, develop our talents,
Thank you.
our
Thank you for saying that.
skills.
Thank you.
Uh,
Thank you. Because you know what? The biggest mistake that people can make right now, especially for the young ones who are listening right now, the biggest mistake that you can make right now is thinking that this is the first time that this has happened in human history. A
Right,
lot of us have struggled with anxiety. A lot of us have struggled with being
right,
alone, lonely, and being left behind. Listen, you are an artist, meaning an artist an artist has a lonely climb to the top. It's just
yeah.
you. Cold winter, like winter, sleet, or snow or heat. It's just you. Nothing else. No one else. It's just you.
I th- yeah, and I think it's also a matter of perspective as an artist because
Yeah,
remember, artists can also have collaborations with other artists,
that's true.
but it really resonated with me that you said that it's a lonely climb to the top of the mountain.
Yeah.
Yes, that is
Yeah.
true, and that's where a lot of creatives should have their headspace into. Um,
Right.
don't
Right.
expect don't expect that someone will. It's a bonus that someone can coach you. No problem with that,
Yeah.
but don't expect that someone would coach you like all the time, or someone will be with you all the time in your journey,
Yeah.
because ultimately, in terms of developing yourself as a creative, developing yourself as someone who wants to help people, it's all going to be your decisions, your intentions, your character in really wanting this and being selfless is up to you. Now, if you
Selfless.
have,
That's the
yeah,
word.
yeah,
That's the word. Listen, like, you're not trying to be an artist because you're trying to drive attention towards you. It's driving attention towards what's happening to you.
that's right.
If you're driving attention towards anything, it shouldn't be on you as a person. It should be awareness around what it is that you are experiencing as of this moment.
That's right.
Done.
And if you have someone with you on a journey, that's a bonus. That's already a bonus.
Oh yeah,
Whether it's a collaboration with another artist,
that's a
that's
godsend
totally
bonus.
fine. But
Yep.
that's
Yep.
right. But don't bank on it 100%. It has to
No.
be like, it has to be, you need to have like plan A, plan B, plan C, even plan D for
Unless you're
everything.
trying to fall in love, diba? Then it's
Yeah.
forever and ever, diba? Yo, diba? What's up, boo?
Yeah.
What's up, boo? Let's make something, diba? Pero if you are in a headspace like what Mark said, if you are in a headspace wherein you want to be fully creative and fully in charge of what you are putting out, right? If you want to be conscious, if you want to be aware of what you're putting out, then by all means take total control of that ownership. It's
Right.
just there's just no way that you're going to do it half-assed, because even if you do it half-assed, everyone's going to know about it because everyone's trying to be you. It's the age of the internet. It's so easy to spot that, diba? Parang,
Yeah.
bruh, you can't fake it. You can't
There's
fake
actually no excuse
it. Yeah,
nowadays.
yeah,
It's okay if you don't have, the like the drive or the passion to do things creatively, but the
yeah.
fact that that desire is in your heart and in your mind, that, for example, for the lack of a better term, let's say, for example, for someone, for a simpleton in this part of Metro Manila,
Uh-huh.
um, if that person, or if that simpleton had that desire to post videos or come out with content about his or her journey going to the grocery. I don't know, going to the grocery, as simple as that.
Mm,
If the concept is very simple, but
mm,
if that simpleton has that drive to actually do it, even though in a I don't know, cherry mobile cell phone,
yeah.
that
And
person can potentially
creativity.
be big.
Yeah. By all means necessary.
Yeah.
And if
I mean,
that person is
I've seen
creative
videos
enough,
like that. Yeah, creative. Yeah,
creative enough, Jesus Christ, who knows what the boundaries, like, if there would any be, if there would be any boundaries. Tangina, wala.
there's no
Done.
boundaries.
Done.
Yeah, nowadays it's just, it's a matter of not really manipulating, but seeing things on a perspective that people hasn't touched yet. There's a lot
True.
of that because, for
True.
example, let's say the cell phone. Everybody's doing reviews, everybody's doing unboxings, but has anyone dabbled like how to teach senior citizens to use the mobile phone? There
No,
may be, but not a lot. Okay,
because
so
they don't
there's
care enough.
yeah, there's
They
a
don't
lot.
care
There's a
enough.
lot of perspectives. There's a lot of
Yeah,
things that you can do or
it
say in
could
terms
be.
of
It could be an aging millennial. For it doesn't have to be. It doesn't have to be the elderly, for so to speak. Pero parang, what if, I am a 37-year-old who did not keep up with technology because, I
right,
just I thought it was the devil, diba?
right.
Because there,
Yeah, I know, I
diba?
know, I know.
What if I thought it was the devil, diba? Pero yeah, you're driving at the right tawag dun, you're bringing the right stakes to the barbecue, right?
Right,
Yung kasi what worries me about media or social media nowadays
yeah,
is what they are not coming up with. Like, you can come up with 1,000 other things
right,
only if you have the spirit of creativity with you.
right,
I'm me right now. I'm being made aware that not everyone has that spirit.
oh yeah,
Pero ang
yeah,
sa akin kasi, it's really like, okay, like, are we losing that spirit? It Because there has to be a gap in time. The gap in time
right,
wherein people want to be something, but they're not that yet. And people who are
right,
that but doubt themselves. And this is the perfect motherfucking time to actually be
right.
both people.
Oh yeah, I agree. I agree with that one.
It's heartbreaking.
And again, yeah, and again, Mike, the creativity. It's going back to your own control. It definitely is. Whatever happens to your creativity, whether it goes down, it becomes stagnant, or it develops into something more, is totally in your control, in that
True,
person's
true,
control. It
true.
depends on how intentional that person is, because if you really want it, like, okay, a lot of us have watched videos or hear music that we got inspired by. So
Right.
there's two types of people. One, and I admit that I was this before. One is that, oh wow, that's great videos, that's great music. I'm going to listen to it and I'm just going to listen to it. That's it.
Yeah.
Or number two is that, oh wow, that's great. That's a great video. That's great music. I'm going to listen to it and I will be inspired by it to create my own. I'll get some elements probably from my idol, say Mike Portnoy in my drumming, or Peter McKinnon in taking
Or
photos. I'll get some
or
elements,
Prince.
but
Do you
yeah,
know
or
how
Prince.
awesome of a drummer Prince is?
Oh yeah,
He's a
definitely. Yeah, yeah.
fucking good drummer. Wow. Okay.
He's I really love multi instrumentalists that can. I got even surprised when
Purple
who's that?
rain. Yeah. Purple
Um,
rain. Sorry. Go ahead.
who's that singer? Was that Bruno Mars? That he
Yeah.
played the drums.
Oh my god, that guy
Okay.
too, right? Like, he's
Like,
so underrated. Even at
uh,
that point, he's so underrated. Like,
yeah.
bro, do you understand that he played the drums for us on Super Bowl halftime?
What? And
Hindi.
then
He did. He did. He played the drums for us on Super Bowl halftime. And he was
wow.
performing alongside another artist. I'm not sure if it was, no, it's not Lady Gaga. No, it must have been another one. It must have been another one. It
Yeah.
must have been, like, please look that up and then post it and tag me. Can you do that? Because I forgot, like, but I would love to remember.
I'm gonna
Like,
check that out. Yeah.
yes, please, please. Yeah, but yun. For you and for Joanne, the things that you stand for is something that still, like, it's a dangling hope in front of me. Na parang, yo, we've got hope, we've got creativity, and this is something that we both cultivate on ourselves. You know, it's a farm that we
That's
grow.
right.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
yeah. So parang sabi ko, si Mark, all right, he's trying to grow his branch, but it's not his tree. This is a joint effort by both, you know.
Right.
So, like, bro, I want to ask you something. I want to ask you something. Ang layo ng voice acting sa ginagawa mo ngayon.
Mhm.
Are you just like where are you exactly in terms of trying to maximize this? Is this something that you see yourself doing long term or mid-term, short term? I have no idea. Like, where are we?
I really, right. I really have plans of doing it long term,
Okay.
but it has to be gradual because in terms of creativity, what I've learned is that we also need to be practical. So now, um, I have a job at the bank, and then I'm doing this work from home thing,
Yeah.
and at the same time developing my core skills. And because I love this so much, because it's a given for everyone who's creative. At first,
Hello? Did we are we okay, hold on. I hope we're not missing out too much on what he's saying.
okay,
Okay, here we go.
hello,
There we have him back.
okay,
All right, cool. Yeah,
uh,
sorry, you
where
were
was I?
saying. Yeah,
Okay, yeah.
at first.
So at first it's going to be, you know, a little bit. It would feel a little bit far fetched because, see, that's a thing with working with, with a company or like an 8 to 5 job, is that I'm not taking anything against it because it's our bread and butter. There's nothing
Yeah,
wrong with that.
yeah.
But one thing about being a creative person is that we need to balance everything in a way that we're also doing our passion on the side, and
Right.
then eventually developing that passion into something that can sustain you and eventually pull you out of your current situation or your current work.
Gotcha.
Okay, because
Gotcha.
there's always that dream that you want to, okay, you've recognized that you're a good drummer, or you've recognized that, let's say, just for me, for example, I have a voice, I can decently speak in front, of the camera. So I would want to do this long term. But for now, in terms of practicality, I have to do it gradually at the same time with my work from home situation, so that
Right.
eventually it will transform into,
It
let's
will.
say, a click. Yeah, a
Yeah.
click at first, and then eventually a business,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
then an ultimate brand. That's why, as early as now, you know, um, I've recognized that branding is very, very important in terms of, because if
I
you're
think it's
putting out a
evolving
video,
now. Yeah.
yeah, it's evolving. Yeah, it is.
It's
It is evolving. But to answer your question, yeah, I'm seeing this long term. I'm seeing to do this long term, voice acting, vlogging, because um, creative things are interconnected with each other.
mm-hmm.
Um,
Mm-hmm. Yes,
say
sir.
it's something that I noticed with some of the musicians here in the Philippines. For example, Herbert Hernandez of Six Cycle Mind. Okay,
Okay.
awesome. Yeah, awesome tone, guitar tone. Herbert, with Six Cycle Mind and Moonstar 88. He has
Kaya
an
lang,
awesome tone.
Herbert kasi is a musician's musician.
That's right. Yeah. and he's great. He's great at the guitar. He's great with his bands, but it's not his. Although it seems like it's full time with him, but he's actually into the ad industry. I think
Yes.
he's ahead.
Yeah.
So
Yes.
normally, if people would look at it, ay, ang layo, music, tsaka ad.
Ads.
But
Yeah.
for a creative's point of view, it's actually interconnected.
Yeah,
It's
it is.
interconnected, yeah.
It
Because
is.
in the ad industry, you have to make a lot of creative decisions, such as graphics, what music to put into this type
Yeah.
of. So nandun pa rin yung music. So eventually, it's creative.
Yeah.
In the same way, kay who's this? Jeff Bolivar of Soap Dish.
Yeah. Yeah.
He's a vocalist, but at the same time, he's actually a trained chef in Global. He's pretty good actually. So isipin mo na naman, oh, music tsaka pagluluto ay parang ang layo.
Yeah,
No,
we're
it's
still
not.
stuck in that
Yeah,
weird phase wherein not like one is not supposed to mix with the other odd one. Na parang
yeah,
yo, creativity is the source, and that is the common denominator that most people are
right,
missing out on. Na
right.
parang I don't have to explain it to you. That's why I'm creative. I'm not explanatory.
That's right.
That's why if I were explanatory, I would be called explanatory, not creative.
That's
Right?
right.
But
Yeah,
my main job is to be creative right now. And my creative juices are directing me towards this craft and that craft at the same time. I can't explain it either. Shit, I can't explain it either. Pero it is directing me towards those directions. What are you going to do?
that's right.
Stop me?
That's right.
Diba? But if I want to cook and play fucking drums at the fucking same time, what are you going to do? Diba? That's
Yeah,
what most people don't get and don't understand.
that's
Like,
right.
like the rock. Okay, most people are missing the rock and roll nowadays. Most
Right.
people miss the rock and like, bro. There is so
Yeah,
much more. There is so much more to be
that's right.
understood here, right? Parang like Gordon Ramsay, you would okay. This is how weird the culture has become.
Right.
People will not wonder why you treat or why Gordon Ramsay gets the treatment that he does in hotels that is no different from Steven fucking Tyler.
Mm, yeah.
Parang, bro, do you know that like if you I guess a lot of us have worked ourselves out of that hole, pero for those of us who still are in the know, Steven Tyler is a lot different from Gordon fucking Ramsay. All right?
Right.
It's just like they're both rock stars, don't get me wrong. I
Right.
love their shit. I love both their shit.
Mhm.
Pero god damn it. Who smoked who sniffed the most coke off of someone's breasts? It's not fucking Gordon Ramsay.
Yeah.
That's for
Yeah.
sure.
Yeah, that's
That's
for
for
sure.
sure. That's for sure. Diba? Like, okay. Like, we can be Christian about this. We can be
Yeah.
Christian about this. I'm just saying na parang, listen, what you're going for says a lot about you. But
Right.
don't let that corrupt you into doing something that you're not.
That's right.
Does
Yeah.
that make sense?
Yeah, it makes total sense. Yeah.
Yun pare. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Diba? Parang be in total control all the motherfucking time of what do you want to make happen in your own life.
That's right.
Yun
And
yun.
going to the subject of Gordon Ramsay for the listeners who's not aware,
Yeah.
Gordon Ramsay, right? is a great chef, no doubt.
He is. He
Okay.
is.
Yes. But, based on my observation on the behind the scenes, he actually knows a lot about film production. Okay.
Oh my god.
Yeah, he would sometimes, because he's been in front of the camera for a number of years already, so he
Several.
knows what kind of angle is
Yeah.
perfect for his cooking demos.
Yeah.
And then I've seen that in one of his vlogs, and the cameraman was her daughter.
What?
Yeah, was her daughter. So he was instructing her, hey, pull the camera. I mean, live. I don't know if it's Facebook or in YouTube. So pull the camera down so that you can get a shot of this. You can get a shot of this food right here, so that it will look bright. So he knows his stuff, not just with the cooking part, but the production, the lighting. He knows. I mean,
Okay.
he's not a total expert, but
Yeah.
he knows. Yeah,
There's
he
this.
knows.
There's this sense of awareness.
That's right. Yeah.
There's a sense of awareness that comes with him being the person that he is.
Yeah.
Parang ang galing ng mga taong ganun, di ba? Na parang
Yeah.
I know what I'm doing, and at the same time, I know that I cannot present it in the way that most people would be comfortable with. So let me present it in a way that most people would be comfortable with. Okay, so yeah, let's go with that.
That's right.
Tapos noon, he says, yeah, adjust the camera. Yeah, angle it this way because when I twist the fucking walk, when I twist the walk, like, parang tangina, pare. How much of you are you thinking of? That is one of the things that I'm doing. That's one of the reasons why I'm doing this podcast, is because I want people to see how selfless creative people can be.
Oh yeah, definitely.
We don't think about ourselves. We just don't. It's just not in our constitution. It's not just. It's just not in our constitution to think of ourselves, pare.
Yeah.
Na parang,
That's actually one of the reasons why I think, in my opinion, that creative people are the perfect facilitators, trainers, teachers, because they can think of something, or they could take a bottle, an empty bottle, and make it interesting, make it appealing to the audience, and then make it something that they can get information out of,
right.
as compared to someone who just have head knowledge.
Yeah,
Because
stock,
create
stock. That's
create
stock.
yeah, because creativity comes with, because there's this block, what we call our mouths and our eyes. Okay, so
Yeah,
the ideas are here
yeah,
in our head,
yeah.
and then it has to go through our mouth. So how we would say that, or how we would present that, will depend on our twist on creativity. And when that happens, when you make something that's not interesting, man,
Mhm.
officially you are a creative person. And if you can do that consistently, if you could do that
Hey, that's
consistently,
the
then
real
that's,
challenge. That's the real
yeah,
challenge. If you can do it consistently. Fuck me sideways.
exactly.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. That's true.
Consistently. Yeah.
Like everyone's acting as if no one can challenge them. Like this is the perfect time, and this is why I understand that at some point in time we had um, the the gunfights. Na parang okay, let's go
Um,
toe to toe, eye
paint
to eye, gun to gun.
is that paintball or no?
No, no, no. This is actually life or death right here.
Oh man. Okay.
Pare, we had that. We had that. Parang putang ina. Encuentro. The encuentro.
Encuentro. Right. Yeah.
Encuentro. Yeah. Encuentro. O sige, bukas ng alas 4 ng hapon. Makita tayo doon sa ano, doon sa
Sa likod ng truck.
sa likod ng truck. Tangina. Wala nang maisip eh. O doon sa punong putol. Punong putol. Tayo. Di ba? You remember that?
Yeah.
Like, they would have the gun encounters. Is because, right, then and there, it's not because of who's the quickest or who's the best with the gun. It's
Yeah.
because who has the best psychology and physiology and philosophy.
Right.
Parang, like, yo, it's it might be my physical constitution that's allowing me to grab the gun and fucking shoot you right away. Pero no, it's not that. It's me being patient with myself,
That's right.
which is something that a lot of people miss. A lot of people
Oh yeah.
miss to be patient with themselves.
Definitely.
But I'm like, bro, you don't have to reply right away. You don't have to. You don't have to respond right away to each negative comment to save your name. Because guess what? In the grand scheme of things, you don't have a name to save. Neither do I. Like,
Yeah.
neither do I. Like, bro, it's me telling you that. You don't have a name to save. You don't have a
That's right.
name.
Yeah.
Yeah, you don't have a name to save in the first place. So, what's the use? Nagpapagod pa sa isang bagay na hindi naman kailangan ng efforts mo.
Yeah.
And what are you gonna spend the rest of your life with? Diba? It's the same fucking effort that you put into that one thing that you deemed important. Why?
That's right. Yeah.
Diba? Why? Let's just be like Mark and interview people on the street. Why don't we do that? You know, like that's what I deem as important with the work that you've done, because a lot of people would just be on their way interviewing their like wives or fiancés or girlfriends and just putting them on the screens. Pero ikaw, you actually went out of your way and said, okay, for this 5-minute vlog to be credible, I have to reach out to people who are actually spending majority of their time on the streets where we are agitated, or we could be on the stretch for a split second.
Okay.
Diba?
Yeah.
We could be on the stretch for a split second.
That's right.
Tapos na. Tapos na. We're done with that stretch. Pero for the people who are actually monitoring them, you went out of your way and said, what do you think about this? Like, what prompted you to...
Yeah.
Yun eh. That's what
Yeah.
intrigues me, pare.
Yeah. And
What
I
did
just
you...
want to highlight.
Yeah.
Yeah. I just want to highlight what you said about for this video to be credible. That was my actual headspace, because anyone can just make a video about honking their horn,
Yeah.
anyone.
Yeah.
But first and foremost, I have to recognize myself first. I mean, if I'm going to say this in the public's eye, who am I to impose this kind of rule or authority? So I
Who
needed
are you
help.
to
So
present this question? Diba?
exactly. Okay.
Yeah.
Exactly. So I needed to get a view of the public, specifically drivers that encounter this, like what you said, on an hourly or an everyday basis. Okay. So that was my headspace, my exact headspace that, you know, this has to be credible. How to do it? We have to get some people to talk to.
Ang galing nun. Kasi, unang-una, ako mismo, hindi ko maiisip yun. Kasi I would be doing my, like, in my head, okay, sa akin lang naman to, sa akin lang personally, I
Mhm.
would be doing the public a disservice first
Mhm.
before I do them the service of serving out a podcast, which I'm not sure that anyone would listen to. All right. So, at the expense of the public's tax money, I would have to tap them on the shoulder and say, Sir, hello po, ako po si Mike Acuna. Ano po tingin niyo sa mga tao na mabilis magbusina? Pagka-green na pagka-green pa lang ng ilaw. So, I think, the burden of inquiry,
Right.
would rest upon me. It's something that I recognize and I wish I didn't learn about that, just so I
Yeah.
can fucking forego it and just you know fuck, like I wish I
Yeah.
did what Mark did, ganun ganun. So that's how much respect I have for your work, pare.
Thank you, man. Thank you.
Fuck
I
me
mean,
sideways.
I hope, I hope to do more because
I hope you
there's
do
just a
more.
lot, of things to be seriously talked about. And
Okay.
like what I said earlier, it's not even about the heavy things like politics,
Doesn't have to be.
or it's not even about that. It's more on the small things that you do every day that
Yeah.
can potentially influence someone to be better.
That's
That's
right. The
yeah,
minutiae,
yeah,
the small mother,
yeah.
the small things, pare. Alam mo, that's why I told you. I think one of the things that I told you was keep making that, keep making that shit. It's because
I will,
I'm not.
man.
I wasn't trying to be patronizing, or I wasn't trying to be on your channel. I'm just trying to say, like, bro, literally, like, maybe I'm not telling you this directly, but this is something that I can't do given the grants that most people would expect me to do. Like, for example, I'm with PCOO, right?
Mm.
Which I am. Parang I'm with PCOO. I work directly under the president, and fuck, biglang magsa-stop si Mike ng isang officer and saying, "This sir, 30 seconds lang to." Di parang that's still a privilege for me. That's still a
Yeah,
privilege na parang sabi ko, fuck, ayokong masilip para dito. I'm just glad that Mark is doing this because he recognizes the privilege that the natural citizen is entitled to. Therefore, he can actually make these inquiries. Na parang
right.
ang galing, ang galing. Sabi ko, if I was to do this, I'm gonna get a PM from one of my colleagues saying, Mike, we're not supposed to do that. And that is everything that's wrong with
Oh
the
wow,
government. Parang
that's
fuck.
right.
I lose my job if I do something that a normal citizen would. Like, I
Yeah,
have a friend. His name is Mark Abbott. He fucking does the same thing. So if I do the same thing that he does, like, okay, that's blurred by the line na parang you're not supposed to do the same thing that he does because you're not you are actually um, uh, an employee of the government. So you should
hmm,
be, instead of making inquiries, you should be making solid examples. But okay, how do
right.
we make solid examples? Wala.
That's right. Yeah.
Sorry, pare.
Um.
Pero this is me coming clean.
Oh yeah.
Coming
Yeah.
clean to you, and this is a total turnover of things because I can't do the things that you can, given the privileges that I have. Like, bro,
Wow.
I choose not to avail of those things. So,
Right.
Mark, thank you. Fucking hell, man.
No, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, man. So, like, what's What else? What are the other arguments that we are looking at? Let's spend the last 15 minutes of this
Yeah.
um, talking about the arguments that most Filipinos would be talking about. So yeah, let's do that. What do
Um,
you, yeah, what do you think about what do you think about MECQ? Should it be extended or should it remain to be seen until the 18th?
well, for me, my opinion on that one is not very popular, but I think it would work. My take on that is that it can be any type of lockdown, ECQ, MECQ, GCQ. It's more on, how should I say this? I don't know if it's going to be long term or short term, like teaching people how to be disciplined enough to know the value of not going out, being
Mm-hmm.
safe all the time, wearing masks. That's me. For me, it doesn't matter what type of lockdown we have, as long as people are aware and the government is transparent, truly transparent, okay,
Mm-hmm.
that of what's happening and then what's happening to the people around our community, then that's
Uh-huh.
just good for me. I don't care if this gets extended because um, this has actually, brought a lot of clarity in a lot of industries. I can't even begin, the clarity that it has brought to the food industry, to the entertainment industry, to the music industry. Just talking about the music industry, it brought clarity that they can be creative at their own homes in that subject. Yeah, in
True.
that subject alone. Okay, I mean,
True.
we still miss, watching bands and gigs and stuff, but it's part of our culture in terms of being creative to adapt to these types of things. And lockdowns, for me, it doesn't matter, as long as people are aware of what has to be done, and people are made aware that they have to be disciplined enough to at least follow the general rules, like wearing masks and you know the being healthy, eating right.
Right.
Very, very simple. It all boils down to simple, basic things.
Okay. Okay. So I just want to be able to clarify for the rest of the people who might be wondering the same thing. Um, when you wear masks, do you not experience labored breathing? Do you not experience any difficulty in terms of respiratory functions?
I think it depends,
Okay, so
on
let's
some
depend
people.
on
Yeah,
your constitution. Yung constitution mo mismo. Okay.
yeah.
Let's well, I think we're going to have to be forced to put a number on it. Like how what's your weight and what's your height? That's what most people depend on.
My my weight.
Yeah.
Um, I forgot.
Let's say
But
that. Okay.
I'm 5'11". How much do I weigh?
He's a tall guy, ladies and gentlemen.
I
He is a
forgot,
tall guy.
but I'm a bit chubby. Let's just say.
Okay. Okay. All right. Cool.
And
So yeah,
wearing
let's.
mask respiratory. So far, no, I'm not having any difficulties. Maybe because it's a type of mask that I'm using. Just the normal surgical thing. Because some of them like wear the plastic things. I think that's the one that's causing them to, not breathe properly.
I know. I know. I tried it.
How was it?
Ah, plastics.
Oh,
Oh. Para even the surgical ones,
yeah,
yung mga himul-mul nila would
yeah.
end up
Oh,
in your nostrils, right?
oh, okay.
They would end up in your nostrils. Pero it's really more of your constitution as a person. Parang
Yeah,
okay, if I sneeze, how do I know myself that if I sneeze, right? If I do that, like everything would be caught up right here and not in here, which is a totally different thing.
right. Yeah,
See that where align and that where or
yeah.
where it aligns. So parang fuck, how do I just keep it here, right? You know, yeah. You blow it out at I don't know, like 2 a.m., 3 a.m. Anyway, ganun lang pare. Ganun lang pare.
Yeah.
Um, man, um, Mark,
Yep.
how do we see ourselves until the next year?
Um, well, I'm really confident that in terms of us creatives and everyone else who's starting to be creative, I think it's just the start of the journey for everyone. Because even if we go back to normal, for me, I know for myself that I am going to be hooked into creating these videos and then, creating these concepts. And even if I go back to like going to the office every day, I'm sure that the creativity has been, solely has been really fused in me during this, lockdown period. That's going to sustain me for, and I think that's also going to be the same thing with other people as well who's starting to be creative now, because I'm seeing YouTube. There's a lot of kids and kids doing these videos. What's that's really amazing, giving tips already to these senior high school students, giving tips to a 36-year-old guy like me. So I just, yeah. And there are videos like that, very instructive, very informative, and we're really seeing the rise of creatives in, yeah, going to overflow for the next year, and I'm sure of it.
Overflow,
Yeah,
overflow. I think there's enough of a supply that is going to be filtered into our um what do you call this? Into our it's not just a consciousness. It's really more of a demographic. Um,
right.
there is enough of that age for us to, because the algorithm honors
Hmm.
the algorithm honors um, honoring other demographics as well. So
That's right.
kasi tayo yung pinaka so far para sa kanila, tayo yung demographic natin is one of the most stubborn na
Right.
mahirap talagang pasunurin.
Right.
So that's why we that's probably one of the reasons that we are experiencing this. But I'm just saying, uh, it it's not everything for us to surrender, right? Like
Yeah.
it's not our history. It's not our hindi yung panlilimahid natin, hindi yung paghihirap natin, hindi yung pagtsatsaga natin. Hindi lang yun yung concerned. What's
Yeah.
concerned is actually this side of the world that has to
Right.
concern itself with this particular crack in the equatorial sphere
Right.
and say, nah, you know what? If you don't identify us with either one of the Chicanos, the Chicanos, or the Chinese or the Japanese or the whatever or the Chinese, doesn't matter.
That's right.
What we identify with is like like what, okay, ito na lang. Whatever we receive is at the end part of the world. We don't
Right.
blame you. We don't blame you. You know why? We don't blame you because you are reaching out to 7,000, 7 motherfucking thousand islands in the middle of nowhere. That's including Batanes and Holo. Yeah.
Yeah.
And bro, like, we can't even imagine you broadcasting this over Japan. Like, how scattered would that be? Japan is,
Yeah.
for example, Tsushima. Tsushima is an island of Japan. Diba? Bro,
Yeah.
tangina. Now, imagine that chopped up 7,000 times. It may not be rationalized, but I'm saying that's how much math you got to do to be able to disperse information into these motherfucking archipelagos.
Right.
And that's why we have these podcasts. So, these
Yeah.
podcasts would end up somewhere in the digital space. They will. And it's not going to be a gem. It's going to be an artifact. It's going
Right.
to be an artifact na, Mike Acuna and Mark Abbott, nagpang-abot sila. Oh,
Nagpang-abot.
nagpang-abot. Nagpang-abot sila. Nagpang-abot sila. And they actually made sense. There was this conversation. August 14, Friday of that year, of the COVID quarantine. And they made contact online. Let's review this. That's not a bad review for me. If it serves,
Oh
like,
yeah.
that's not a bad review
Oh
for
yeah.
me. Not bad. Everyone's looking
I
for
mean, if
reviews
this
nowadays.
conversation, yeah, and if this conversation can help people, like marinig lang nila yung isang snippet nito na made them realize na, oh, ano pala, creative ako pero I need to be in control of this, that I don't need anyone dictating. I can get
Yes!
advice, yes, but I
Tangina!
don't need anyone dictating to me what needs to be done. Is for me, that's the reward
That's true.
right there. That's
That's
the
true.
reward.
That's true. Then,
Yeah.
tsaka, para sa akin kanina pa yun eh, na parang sinabi mo sa akin na, fuck, I'm an output kind of person. No
Yeah.
one ever had that kind of gall in this podcast to say na parang, Mike, kasi here's the thing, you're an output kind of person.
Yeah.
Shit. Like, yo, like,
Yeah.
see a lot of wars. Imagine that's what goes on. That's the war that goes on in a thinking man's mind.
Right.
Imagine what goes on in a non-thinking man's mind. Parang,
Right.
fuck. Like, that's times 13 to 30. Diba?
Yeah.
Like, I'm sorry, yeah. I don't mean to,
That's
like, I don't mean to put everyone on default by by having them more stupid than I am. Which they're not. No. I'm just saying.
yeah.
Na parang putang ina. Yo, this is how many conversations I had to have. I had to have 3 seasons of this motherfucking podcast that I did for nothing but out of love for my brethren. And have someone tell me na, Mike, you're an output person.
Yeah.
And therefore
I agree.
you have nothing to be worried about in terms of being present on social media. all you have to do
That's right.
is, you know what? Whatever you finish, put it out.
That's right.
Fuck me sideways. No one has ever. Sorry. Okay, I'm done. I'm done. I'm sorry.
Well, thanks for that privilege, man. For thanks for that.
Oh,
That really, that's the goal. That's the ultimate goal of
you're on a different level.
someone.
You're on a different level than the
Thank
rest
you,
of us
man.
are because a lot of us are like a lot of us, you know, are output people, but we still think that the demographic
Yeah,
who are watching us right now would give a fuck as to how much input we give out for nothing,
yeah,
which is basically daily input for someone who's bearing their boobs on fucking
right.
Instagram.
Yeah.
I don't like I have boobs. They're fucking A cups. Pero I'm just I like
Me too. Me too.
man, like nakakalungkot lang na isipin na parang may mga tao na gigising bukas tapos pupunta sa page mo tapos maghahanap ng A-cups. Seryoso, maghahanap sila ng A-cup.
Yeah, that's I know. That's actually this. That's actually the sad part, and that's also the same reason, and I'm sure that's also the same reason that you're doing this. Is because you know, anyway, we want to do our part because if no one would do it, who else? The fact that you thought about it and
True.
you being an output person, me being an output person, might as well do it.
Fucking
Might as
they
well do
get
it.
me.
Not, I mean, not because you're burdened to do it. Number one is that you want to do it. That's number one. You want to do it because your intention is to bring clarity. Okay, that's the number one right there. Bring clarity to these small things. Number two is that um, you just have this feeling that um, you have this small world that surrounds you,
Yeah.
and then you know that you can make an impact by just sharing practical things, bringing clarity again to small things that a lot of people just pass it by.
Yeah. They
I mean,
brush
who would have
over it.
think? Yeah, they really do. They really do just brush over it, and most of the time it goes unchecked.
Yeah.
Um, yeah, if you watch the video, even the traffic enforcer that I interviewed, he
The
also
last one?
doesn't get it. Oh, wala
The
rin
last
siya,
one?
hindi.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, yeah.
he
Yeah.
doesn't get it. Why
Yeah.
people do that? So people are aware of it. It's just a matter of someone or either a single person or a group or an entity bringing clarity to these things and to encourage myself, you, and to all the listeners, if you thought about it and it's been running in your mind for the past weeks, for the past months, for the past days, and you know that it's value adding to our community, not just for the ordinary people, for the creatives, for music enthusiasts, for food enthusiasts, put it out. That's what I'm saying. Put it's If it's value adding, it will help people, put it out. And
Basically,
it wouldn't hurt if it's going to be a little entertaining as well.
oh yeah,
Okay.
for
Yeah,
sure.
it wouldn't hurt.
It's our job.
Yeah, it's our job.
It's our
Yeah,
job. It's our job. It's our job.
that's right.
I mean, unknowingly, you have put yourself in that bracket, my friend. So, like, for me to say na Mark Abbott is not an entertainer in this day and
Yeah.
age would be a blasphemy for me. Yun pare. So, like, Mark, you have done more for the common common consumer than you would have that you would have had for your own family, knowingly, just because you know how things work.
Wow. Yeah.
Diba?
Thank you.
Because
Thank you.
because
Yeah.
it doesn't always circle it doesn't always circle back to you.
That's right.
I
Yeah.
mean, your family is left for shit. Not right now.
Yeah.
Your family is left for shit right now. Pero the rest of us are can being the operative word be actually smarter with our decisions right now with all of the
That's right.
material that you put out there.
Oh,
So
yeah.
it's always been a motivating part of me to lift people up, and
Oh,
especially
yeah.
like people who are um trying to get on that scale of viewability. That's an actual word, viewability.
Right.
And they tell themselves, you know what, I'm only gonna make 5 or 6 of these, and then after that, you guys can go fuck yourselves.
Right.
pero ikaw, you actually make it because you mean it. You mean this shit.
Oh, yeah.
This is the foundation for you. Parang how do I take that away from this guy? No, I can't. I can't.
That's right.
There's just no way. There's no way. You
That's
know,
right. Yeah.
parang Mark Dwayne Abbott is going to have that on his page for as long as he lives,
Oh,
or
yeah.
for as long as the internet feels the need to control that information.
That's right.
But but you know, Mark Abbott is a citizen of the Philippines. He made that from this region, and there is nothing, absolutely nothing, that can take that away from him. So, for that, I you have my respect.
Thank you.
Super,
Thank you, brother.
super duper,
Thank you.
super duper. Sabi ko, how ballsy do you have to be to ask a traffic enforcer?
Oh, yeah. And to be honest, Mike,
No one knows
I
it.
really got I really got nervous just coming up to him
Yeah.
because I'm sure. Well, oh yeah. By the way, I was rejected. I initially approached a police officer. I got rejected, and he doesn't want to be on camera
By a police officer.
by a police officer. Okay, so that
Wow.
was my first taste, and then there were a couple of truck drivers that rejected me as well because they didn't want to be on camera as well. And yeah, and then eventually I found those three dudes in the middle of Valenzuela.
That intersection.
Yeah, that intersection, and
Yeah.
that actually that's the icing on the cake. That traffic enforcer right there, he brought so much clarity on that specific subject because
It's not because he
um
was stupid. It's because he
yeah,
was as clueless as we are.
that's right. Yeah.
Parang putang
And
ina, aral na ako eh.
oh,
Bakit?
exactly.
Aral na ako eh. Pinag-aralan ko yan eh. Tapos, ganyan pa rin yung nangyayari. Tangina, anong gagawin ko dyan? O, sige. Alam mo, sorry mga kaibigan Sorry, alam ko itong kaibigan niyo po, si Mark Abbott po. Nilapitan ako. Pero, all of this is his processing at the back of his mind. And he's saying, yo, I gotta look after my own family. What the fuck are you guys doing? Diba? Like,
Yeah.
wow. Yo, that is something. That is something.
Yeah. And I really hope I'm gonna bring a lot more. 'Cause again, there's just a lot, a lot.
Yeah. Keep
Yeah.
doing that shit.
I'm
Keep doing
yeah.
that shit.
I'm gonna even dabble. Just a preview. I'm gonna even dabble in because us being males, there's just misconception that, oh, I'm a guy, so I'm only allowed to do macho things, and oh, I
Mm,
don't care about that, it's too feminine, blah blah blah.
nah,
No, I'm a guy, I'm
nah.
a straight guy, no, I'm not going to dabble with that. But that's, based on my experience, that's just not the case. There's a lot to be learned
Oh
from
yeah, a
women as
lot
well.
more.
There's a
Oh yeah.
lot. There's a lot. If only guys would take the time to sit down, talk to their girlfriends or their wives what they really like, and what turns them on in terms of, let's say, their entertainment, why
I
they're
know.
so into makeup,
I
why they're
know.
so into stilettos,
I know.
those small things.
I know, bro. I
Those,
know.
yeah,
W- Okay, let me help you. Let me help you. Kasi right now, you're trying. Well, what we're trying to do is have the conducive makeup of this mountain
right,
right here,
right,
because it's all made of woman right here, all
right.
made of woman right there. All right, so most people will not, okay, give us, okay, ngayon pa lang sinasabi ko na sa'yo, they will not give us any acknowledgement for this, pero they will like have a key video of you and me talking about this, na parang, all right, like, this may not be this may not be the end all and be all of you being a man, but this will be a foundational video of you understanding what a woman should be, or what a woman sees herself as.
Right.
Make sense? Right. So if we conduct that video, if we do that video, ours is going to be a cornerstone for the rest of YouTube's time on Earth. It's
Right.
going to be a cornerstone for the both of us to carry on with that conversation. Parang, okay, all right, this is a separate branch. We're talking about a whole complex tree here
Right.
that starts from here. It's a complex tree. You don't know how this
Yeah.
branches out, but for this particular branch, we can tell you what happens. All right, you want to listen? You got 15 minutes? Let's do it. Ganun, pare. Yeah,
Yeah.
man. Ganun.
All
Yeah,
right.
yeah. We can talk about it. Yeah,
Oh
pare.
yeah, definitely.
Holy
So yeah,
shit.
it's just based on experience. The driving force for that is one of, because back when I was in with HSBC, that's where I had my daughter, and the number one problem that I see in movies and stuff is that the dad doesn't always connect with the daughter when it
Yeah.
comes to shopping, boys,
He's
makeup.
always alien.
There's always that disconnect. But what
Yeah.
if this one dad, or this one specific person that has a daughter, or has a woman in his life,
A second one.
that would start that would start
Because
paying
technically, she is
attention.
your second woman. Like, that's
That's
your
right. Yeah.
girl, right? Okay.
So
My
they just start paying attention.
It's my baby.
Yeah.
Diba?
So kasi nga, di ba women are from Mars. What's that?
Sorry, men are from Mars, women are
Mars,
from
winner
Venus.
for Venus. Okay.
Yeah.
That doesn't have to be that way. And
It
to
doesn't.
quote that movie, What Women Want, men are from Mars, women are from Venus. But what if men can speak Venusian,
Yeah. True.
right? It's
True.
gonna be it's
Because
gonna
it's
be a
possible.
whole new world. Yeah, it's
It's
gonna be a whole
possible.
new world right
Yep.
there.
True. True. It's possible. Mark, I want to thank you for your time. I want to
Thank
thank
you.
you for your effort in being here. And listen, this is not going to be the first time that we are going to be speaking about things at random or organized. So, with that being said, Pare, I want to propose a
Thank
little
you.
cheers for you. Pare.
Water.
Yeah, my
Thank you,
guy.
man. Thank
Cheers,
you.
my guy. Cheers, cheers.
Cheers. Oh man.
Ah, that hits differently. Okay. All right. So, bro, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
And
Thank you.
I'll catch you offline.
Sure.
And yeah, man, look out for the edited version of this, which is going to come out,
Yeah.
yeah, sooner than everyone expects it to be. It's going to be tomorrow. It's going to be like, it's the 15th. So it's going to be the afternoon of the 15th. And Mark, please make sure that Joanne hears about this.
Oh yeah, definitely.
All
She
right.
will. She will hear about it.
All right.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, my guy. Pare, that was the first episode of the Mike Acuna podcast. My God, thank you so much for Lolo Art Brandy, which is ayan siya. Can you see that? Like, bro, that is comic. That is comic art,
That's so cool. Yeah.
bro. But that is a real person. I've met that person.
Oh wow.
Yeah, yeah.
Cool.
So Lolo Art Brandy, distilled 2 times, made from lipote and bugnay berries, indigenous to the mountains, in the mountains of Sierra Madre and in the plains of central and southern Luzon. Drink with confidence, drink with class. Lolo Art Brandy. Thank you guys. And I'll see you on the second episode of the Mike Acuna podcast. God bless you guys and good night. Bye, Mark.
Bye, Mike. Thank you.
Thank
Bye
you, man.
bye.
All right, bye.